Order, senators. Prayers. There are no prayers. Huh? There are no prayers. Yeah, we didn't pray. We pray. Well, we had just adjourned, so I think the prayers that we said in the morning is working. So, honorable senators, in the course of the sitting before the lunch break, certain matters were raised in respect of which I undertook to make a ruling. First, let me apologize. We were supposed to have met at 2:15, but because I had to work on the ruling and a bit of reading here and there, that's why we have delayed. So the issues are a bit of research, yes. The issues arose in the context of opening statements by the Council for the County Assembly and Council for the Governor. For the County Assembly, they raised issues relating to the letter reference number NCCA/SPK 12/2024 dated 14th December 2020, in which they requested the Senate to summon 11 witnesses to produce evidence and shed light on various matters relating to the charges against the governor. Similarly, the Counsel for the Governor, in his opening statement, put forward what was essentially a preliminary objection on how the impeachment process was undertaken by the County Assembly. And secondly, the Council alluded to the doctrine of sub judice, and that pursuant to Standing Order 98 of the Senate Standing Orders, the Senate should not proceed with this impeachment process. Honorable Senators, in regard to the issues raised by the County Assembly, I wish to confirm that the application is on record and already served on the Governor. Rule 19 of Part 1 of the 5th schedule to the Senate Standing Orders on the rules of procedure when considering the proposed removal in plenary provides that in presenting its evidence, the Assembly shall not introduce any new evidence that was not part of the allegations against the Governor by the County Assembly as forwarded by the Speaker of the County Assembly to the Speaker of the Senate. Honorable Senators, having perused the request, which is on record, I will allow the County Assembly to summon not more than 3 other witnesses, excluding the Governor and the Commissioner General, Prison Services. I also wish to inform the County Assembly that they must canvass their case, including the additional 3 witnesses, within the allocated time of 4 hours today, and further that the County Assembly shall not introduce any new evidence. Accordingly, I direct the Council for the County Assembly to liaise with the Office of the Clerk of the Senate for summons to issue the 3 additional witnesses. While the practicability of this may pose challenges, it should be noted that the hearing is for 2 days and this request must be made at the hearing. Honorable Senators, in respect of the Governor, the issues that were alluded by the way of preliminary objection are also on record, and they speak to alleged procedural impropriety, non-compliance of laws at the County Assembly, and live court proceedings in relation to matters before the Senate. On the procedural and substantial questions raised, it is clear to me that these are matters requiring evidence in order to prove, and for which the other side has an opportunity of rebuttal with evidence. The Senate can only make a fair determination, having had the evidence on both sides. This is the essence of this investigation. The investigation before the Senate is both in respect of procedural as well as substantive matters. To that extent, and following precedents, it is clear to me, and I so rule, that pursuant to Rule 29 of the 5th schedule to the standing orders, any preliminary objection, both procedural and substantive, should be properly subsumed in the evidence of either party and presented at the time allocated to that party. On the objection based on sub judice, it is important to note the following 3 things. Sub judice is a rule of the Senate itself for its own convenience. 2, it is also a rule requiring evidence for it to be invoked. And 3, it is not an absolute rule, as Standing Order 98.5 of the Senate Standing Orders provides that notwithstanding that standing order, the Speaker may allow reference to before the Senate or a committee for any matter, and following the precedents that it's quite clear that the competence and jurisdiction of the Senate to hear a proposed removal from office is a constitutional mandate of the Senate, independent of the matter of judiciary or any other organ. From all the foregoing, I rule as follows. 1, the County Assembly lawyers liaise with the Office of the Clerk of the Senate to summon a maximum of 3 witnesses, excluding the Governor and the Commissioner General of the Prison Service from this list presented to the Senate and served on the Governor, which witnesses shall give evidence on matters already presented and served on the other party, and also to note that their evidence may stay within the hearing program. 2, all objections raised in respect to procedural, legal, or constitutional lapses at the County Assembly and all matters relating to the jurisdiction of the Senate shall be urged and canvassed within the time allocated by each party and shall be considered by the Senate and determined together with the substantive issues of the merits of the matter. Honorable Senators, as per Rule 29 of the 5th schedule to the Senate Standing Orders, this ruling is final, and we shall now proceed according to our hearing program. I thank you. Next, now I've already made a ruling on that. So, no. Okay, but not on the ruling that I've made. Yes, Senator Murkomen. Not on the order I've made. Please stick to the rules of the House.
Mr. Speaker, definitely you've made your ruling, but there's a clarification that is missing. Mr. Speaker, when a matter is raised on a preliminary objection, because your ruling has not referred to that, when a matter is preliminary, then it is preliminary, Mr. Speaker. And preliminary in the sense that if one is contesting that they do not want to continue prosecuting a matter because it's sub judice and that it might end up suffering double jeopardy, Mr. Speaker, especially once you get orders from court giving you certain favorable decision, then here you come and, Mr. Speaker, violate the same order.
Unfortunately, Senator Murkomen.
No, the question I'm just.
You are already challenging what I've said.
No, I'm not challenging.
And you are not holding brief for the parties.
That is
because
true.
You are part of the court.
Okay, let me go to the point. The Speaker, it's not lost on me that as a House, this House is surviving because of favorable court decisions. So what clarification I want, Mr. Speaker, without court and court orders, if the National Assembly was to ignore the various court decisions that have been made in favor of this House and make a similar ruling like yourself, Mr. Speaker, this House would have been wound up long time ago. So the challenge I want to pose to you is this, Mr. Speaker. For a matter that is that weighty, that would have disposed to the case in total, was it not wiser, Mr. Speaker, for the decision to be made by the Senate and senators themselves on vote, instead of the Speaker taking responsibility. And I'm saying this with utmost respect, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow, if you become the governor of Bungoma again, and there is another court order, or you need a court order, or you are brought here for impeachment, and you need a court order, are you confident, Mr. Speaker, that you can appear before the courts of Kenya and tell them, I ruled to ignore court orders? Because, Mr. Speaker, it would have been safer if it was the decision of the Senate.
Order,
but
order,
if it becomes
order,
the decision of one person, Mr. Speaker, I think that's where we have a problem.
I have not ruled, order, I have not ruled against any court order. And there's no court order. In any case, under our rules 26, you will have an opportunity to say what you are saying. You will have an opportunity to vote at the end of it. And as a speaker, I'm also using what the law gives me to do. And I will not interfere with your contributions as a Senate. You will be allowed to vote, and you will express what you are saying at the vote at the end of it. Let's continue. No. Let's proceed. Let's make progress. I'm calling for the council to give evidence for the county assembly. Please, let's make progress. Let's progress.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the governor, Mr. Speaker, sir,
Order, members. Order. I have made a ruling as a speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
We are
sir,
also using our standing orders. Okay. Yes, we are here. Let the county assembly council.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we highly appreciate the guidance and
Okay,
the
just
ruling of
order,
the
Senators, order.
Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I had an application of me.
Okay, Senator Cheriot. But Senator Murkomen, please. But you cannot shout at me from where you're sitting. Please, order, Senator Murkomen.
It will be grossly unfair, Mr. Speaker, if we get to a point where members cannot be allowed to raise points of orders. We are allowed by our standing orders that if we are dissatisfied with any procedural matter, when you are conducting our business, that we rise and raise the matter. It is within your jurisdiction as our speaker to say whether that matter is with merit or without. I just want to seek a simple clarification from you, Mr. Speaker, because I agree with your ruling. I know there are people who perhaps may want to imagine that I want to protest what you have ruled, but I just want to seek a clarification from you, Mr. Speaker. Finally, when we take a determination of this matter, what will be the schedule of questions? Because you have said the matters that have been conversed by the parties of which you've ruled need to be subsumed in their main arguments. As a House, we will make a determination at that point, and you have said it will be upon us to have listened to them. Will you then grant us an opportunity to first of all deal with the issues that they had raised as preliminary objection, then subsequently vote on the main issues? Because, Mr. Speaker, why I want that clarification from you is that if we get to the point of voting and it is confirmed at question number 1 that this House has established that the County Assembly of Nairobi did not meet the constitutional threshold of impeaching the governor, the matter will end at that point. So it will be important that when those questions are being listed, that be the first question that is put before us, before the rest of the questions. That's just a clarification I wanted, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. What I've said in other words, all those matters will be voted for, including the preliminary objection. You will look at all of them and take one vote at that time when you are voting and the charges that have been brought. Let's proceed. Council.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I had an application to make in connection
Progress.
with
Council.
documents that are lying at the clerk's office.
Order, senators. Just a minute. Order.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Order, listen. Also listen to me, I'm on my feet. If you look at what I refer to, standing rule number 26, Let us start with 24. After the parties have presented their evidence, the Speaker of the Senate shall allow a closing statement to be made on behalf of the County Assembly and thereafter on behalf of the Governor. 25, a closing statement made under Rule 24 shall be for not more than 60 minutes. 26, after the closing statements have been made, the hearing shall conclude. All the Senate shall proceed into a camera session to deliberate on the issues raised. And I'm saying that at that point, we'll deliberate on all these things, and before you take your vote, you will have said all these things that you are saying. Please allow us to proceed. Proceed, Council.
Thank you.
Let's proceed. Proceed, Council.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we had documents lying at the clerk's office which were not received because we were served with these documents.
You are off mic, and I said it was evidenced by the County Assembly.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we had an application.
You are off mic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. We had an application on behalf of the governor. There were documents lying which we had brought because we were served with this at 6:30 p.m., in consequence of which we had an affidavit. Now, in specific rejoinder to what we were served with. Now, they are lying there at the clerk's office, but not brought to the attention of the chamber. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is an issue we had brought to the attention of the clerk via email yesterday evening, and for which now we are accosted to address. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'll be very happy if you would authorize those documents to be brought, because we were served with these documents last evening at 6:30 p.m. Thank you very much.
They will be brought in the course of our deliberations.
Thank
Council
you.
for County Assembly, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and we highly appreciate the wisdom behind the ruling that you have just delivered. We shall endeavor to contain ourselves within the content and the context of that ruling. Mr. Speaker, sir, we will be presenting our first witness this afternoon, who happens to be the mover of the motion that is before the Assembly this afternoon. And to that, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have a litany of evidence that has been served upon the Assembly and the Senate, to which documents are contained in various folders, and the witness will be relying on that evidence as and when he will be leading his evidence in chief. For purposes of clarity, Mr. Speaker, sir, and for purposes of ease of identification of this document, allow me to just illustrate the same so that it can be easy for the senators to flow along the evidence being tendered by the witness. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have a blue folder. This blue folder contains the evidence relating to ground of impeachment, ground number 1. Now, I am just illustrating so that you can have a flow. This blue folder the blue file, box file, the blue box file contains evidence relating to ground number 1. It's volume number 1. Again, Honorable Senators, Mr. Speaker, sir, we also have a black file, voluminous. It is labeled as ground number 1, volume 2, which relates to gross violation of the Constitution and other written laws.
What's your point of order? The evidence is
It will help a great deal, Mr. Speaker, if council, in addition to saying black or blue folder, tell us what number it is because they're numbered, so that it's easier to identify them. Because some of us have got several blue folders and blue files.
Okay.
They're numbered.
Yes, Mutula Kilonzo Jr.
Thank you, Speaker. It may help because of I don't know about the lawyer, but the folders we have, one is written 9A and another one is written 9B. So what I wanted to confirm from our secretariat is this numbering was done by us. So therefore, for their purposes, they need to number them in a similar fashion as the ones we have. Thank you, Speaker.
Council? And those who don't have the folders, give them the secretariat, please.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for that guidance. We had been served with these documents. Yes, the blue file labeled as 9A relates to ground number 1. Details and evidence contained therein relates to gross violation of the Constitution and other laws. Equally well, Mr. Speaker, sir, the black file labeled B9B is volume 2 of ground 1. We have a file labeled 9C, which is a red file, relates to ground 2 of the notice of impeachment. We also have 9E, it's a green file. And we also have 9D, a small black file. And finally, we have 9F. Are we there, honorable members? If you open file number 9B, you'll find an index. It's labeled Index for Documentation in Support of the Motion for the Removal of the Office by Way of Impeachment. That index, the first column indicates the violation.
Maybe let me just guide you. You know, your entire evidence and cross-examination and everything must fit within the 4 hours.
Correct.
So please take note of that.
Senators, you'll be able to flow with the, honorable senators, you'll be able to flow with the entire process following the index annex there too. At this juncture, Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to invite my learned friend, Mr. Okach, to lead the witness in chief.
What is it, leader of minority?
Just for clarity, the county assembly has been given 4 hours. That time includes the time for cross-examination. And you know, limiting cross-examination is normally very difficult because of the right of the person who stands charged. And yet all of them must fit within those 4 hours. And there are about 3 or 9 or 10 witnesses. There need to be some guidance because they may take all the 4 hours. And the governor may not have time for cross-examination. or they may have issues that they want to address. And if cross-examination is also not limited, then we are going to end up in a very difficult situation because we are time-bound. The practice in the courts normally is that you are given time to examine a witness. If they want to limit the time to examine the witness, and then the other side is told, we are giving you no less than so many hours for cross-examination. For purposes of just ensuring that anybody who leaves these chambers will be satisfied that justice has been done to them and they have not been stopped in any way. So I was a little bit afraid that in advancing their case, they may think that they have all those 4 hours to themselves and eat into the time for the governor to cross-examine, because they must keep that time also for cross-examination. And equally, when the governor is going to give his evidence, time must be also be allocated within those 4 hours for cross-examination. So I think we're getting in a little bit of a dangerous area where if you don't control the time, we'll have a big problem. And we are time-bound. The problem about these proceedings is that we are time-bound. If we go beyond limits, then we'll be violating the Constitution ourselves also, because those timelines are donated by, is it section 181? 181. And the County Governments Act is a derivative of the Constitution. So those provisions are grounded on the Constitution. So I think they should be made aware that the lawyers on the other side are preparing also to cross-examine the same witness.
Okay, proceed. That's why I alerted you that the 4 hours you must be able to use it properly. Okay, proceed. A point of order, because we must then make progress.
That one, I want to encourage us to make as little interventions as we can. Number two, Mr. Speaker, where we make interventions, because we may have to at some point, the clerk should stop the clock against the parties, because the 4 hours you have given them may end up being eaten up by ourselves and making it very difficult for them to prosecute or defend their case.
Actually, there should be no interruptions, because if you look at the program, at 6 p.m. to 6:30 p.m., there will be questions, requests for clarification by senators. You have an opportunity there. So let's proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members of this particular house, my name is Duncan Okach. I'm an advocate of the representing the County Assembly. With us, there is our first witness. I beg that he be sworn in so that we can start our examination in chief.
I, Michael Ogada Okumu, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Mr. Michael Ogada Okumu, start by telling the Honorable House what you do for a living.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My full name, as I've said, is Honorable Michael Ogada Okumu. I am the MCA for Embakasi Ward in Embakasi East constituency, and I am the minority leader for ODM at the Nairobi County Assembly, having served as a councillor and for the 2 terms as an MCA.
Mr. Okumu, there is a statement that is before the honorable senators and Mr. Speaker, sir. Confirm to the House that that is your statement because it will guide us in the proceedings.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the statement before this Honorable House is mine. I personally did it, and it was in respect to the impeachment motion against the governor of Nairobi County that I did present to the County Assembly of Nairobi, and we actually executed it on the 3rd of this month. So the statement is mine.
Thank you so much. You have talked about the impeachment motion. Kindly elucidate about that impeachment motion in brief.
Mr. Speaker, sir, being an MCA in the county of Nairobi, and also the leader of the minority party, having also been elected in several occasions, having been there for some time, I was alive to the fact, and I am alive to the fact of the ongoing within the county. And to my knowledge, I just realized that things were not going on well. And a leader, a representative of the people whom they have confidence and faith in, I had no otherwise but to stand with my people and bring an impeachment motion against the governor for the way he is handling matters and affairs of the county, which, according to me and the members who supported me, we have never been satisfied, and we are not satisfied as I speak before you today.
So you do confirm that your motion is actually the foundation of these proceedings today?
Definitely, Honorable Speaker. We are gathering here as a result of the motion that I did table and we prosecuted in the county assembly.
So, Mr. Ogada, kindly tell us the grounds upon which your motion is based on, and indeed these particular impeachment proceedings.
Honorable Speaker, sir, and the senators, the Constitution gives us the grounds under which a serving governor may be impeached. And we have got 4 grounds that we relied on when we were prosecuting our impeachment against the governor. The grounds being gross violation of the Constitution or any other law, abuse of office, gross misconduct, and crimes under the national law.
Thank you so much. I will take you straight to that because that is the crux of the proceedings. I'll lead you to ground number 1, gross violation of the Constitution. Kindly explain to this particular House what you mean by that.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we did put across one of the charges against the governor being the gross violation of the Constitution. And in this, we did say that Article 201, A, D, and E of the Constitution of Kenya on the finance management and Section 154 of the Public Finance Management of 2012, the County Allocation of Revenue Act 2015 on the use of conditional grants. Mr. Speaker, sir, we know what we mean by conditional grants. They are ring-fenced grants, which we are supposed to use or follow some guidelines and rules when we use them. And in that area, we did realize that the governor was violating the Constitution, the PFM, and County Revenue Allocation Act by misusing or misdirecting the funds that were really allocated for these purposes. For example, Mr. Speaker, sir, one thing that came into our mind is that we have got funds that are clearly earmarked as road levy funds, which are being given by road sport. And for the 3 years the governor has been in office, he has never used this money prudently. For example, the first financial year when he was in office, he was able to divert a total of 622 million, which is a road levy fund. As I speak today, we are not receiving money from Kenya Roads Board as a result of his misdeeds, and therefore we are not able to really function, do the roads, operate within the county as a result of the misdeeds of the governor. Item number 2 is about the diversion of bursary funds, which is also ring-fenced. Mr. Speaker, sir, this has been a very contentious issue because the county of Nairobi give bursaries and they give scholarships. One thing that became strange, which members of the county assembly had to stand up and say no to, is when the governor came into office. One thing he did is he found a number of around 3,000 students who are under scholarship of the county, full scholarship of the county, whereby every financial year, the county was paying for them 53,000, and these students were selected by the head teachers from across Nairobi. 2 students per school by the head teachers, and the letters were very particular and specific that the head teacher had to look for an orphan in the school, a bright student who is an orphan and disadvantaged. These were 3,000 students. When the governor came in, he just instantly stopped. And the students others were in Form 3, others were in Form 2, the others were in Form 1. And do you know what he said? He said he could not continue paying school fees for people who were recruited by the predecessor, the person he took over from. And he used simple terms that he cannot continue paying school fees for lawyers and lawyers. And that thing became touching to some of us. I went through that list, and if you go through that list, you will find Kenyans in that list, not people from a particular tribe. These people just dropped out of school like that, which as a representative of the people, and a person who has a human heart, you cannot just sit and watch such a thing happen. Those children are now on the street. They cannot continue. They were orphans. We could not allow that. Mr. Speaker, sir, the other thing was about the diversion of the 297...
Point of order, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Yes, what's your point of order, Council?
Yes, my point of order is that none of the allegations about the Luyas, with respect to the Luyas and the Luos, is contained here. And this is the objection, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we were making earlier on, that this witness is adducing evidence that was not before the county. It is now self-evident. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable members, this statement does not reference at all, obliquely or indirectly, any Luyas being deprived of bursaries, any Luos in Nairobi City County. So if we allow that sort of thing, honorable members, you will see it is outside the law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sir, if you may grant us...
Stick to your statement, what you wrote in your statement.
But only one thing of guidance, that in evidence, a witness testifies to the things that he has seen, perceived, what he knows, and what he can touch. Because this house is guided by Cap 80, the law of evidence. And that is the evidence that the witness is testifying. Unless there has been a prior decision by this honorable house that a witness will only be limited to the content of the statement. That was never given to us. I believe the rules of evidence apply during these proceedings, Mr. Speaker, sir? We seek your guidance.
Mr. Speaker,
Who is, okay.
my name is Wilfred Nyamo, part of the defense team for the governor. As it is, Mr. Speaker, and with utmost respect to this House, a can of worms has been opened, in the sense that if this witness is allowed to proceed the way he is, testifying, making allegations beyond even his own statement, where he's not taken oath, he's not even on oath, what evidence are we taking in this House, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker.
It is a wastage of time for this
Mr.
House,
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, and this House, Mr. Speaker, is seated as an adjudicatory body or authority and not a legislative body, Mr. Speaker. We need to be structured.
Only one, Mr. Speaker, sir, that when this House sits...
The ruling against hearsay is very clear.
Order, members. Order. I have ruled that you keep to the statement that you gave. Please, as simple as that.
Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Speaker. So, Honorable Ogada, you were telling this particular House about the 297 million.
Order, there's an intervention, Senator Kindiki.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I hate to interrupt, but let me just support what the chair has ruled, which is yourself, that yes, we are adjudicating over this matter in a quasi-judicial capacity, but we are the Senate and we are guided by the rules of the Senate. So once the Speaker directs that something of a procedural nature should take place, I think that should be the case. But Mr. Speaker, now that Council has relied on the Evidence Act, in fact, it is that Evidence Act, and I'm referring to the Council for the County Assembly. That Evidence Act is the one that prohibits the introduction of new evidence late into the trial, and it is Section 146 of the Evidence Act. You stick in matters of judicial proceedings, you stick to evidence that was tabled and adduced at the time of close of pleadings.
Yes, that's what I've directed.
So, Mr. Ogada, we will have to demonstrate that we have the evidence, and it is your turn. You have indicated that there is an issue about the 297 million. Kindly explain to the House that particular issue.
Mr. Speaker, sir, as I had just indicated that there was a gross diversion of the resources, and we did say that these monies were not used for what they were meant for. For example, if you go to page 77 and 78, you will realize that
that will be the file that is labeled 9A. 9A. You can proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, as you look at that file, you'll realize that a requisition was made by the county government through the governor to the controller of budget, requisitioning for 297 to pay bursaries. But when the money came, it hit the accounts on the 12th, and on the 14th...
Just tell the House which day, 12th of which month, which year, kindly?
Let them proceed. Let them give, please. We said we minimize interruption. The lawyers are going to cross-examine them.
The date.
Let's ask one of the sergeant at arms to assist you.
2019.
Proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, sir, just as Senator Orengo had raised it, that as I will be submitting, I'm really getting a lot of interjections. I don't know whether my time is being eaten into, but I know you are going to take care of that. Mr. Speaker, sir, what I wanted to say is that on the 12th of July, 99, They did request for 297.
Which year have you? Which year?
2019.
2019.
They did request, and instead of paying school fees for the poor children, Mr. Speaker, sir, instead of paying school fees for the poor children, they instead went and started paying lawyers.
So where would we find that in your evidence in terms of when these amounts came in? It is on which page? On your paragraph 12?
That is page 77.
Page 77. Just kindly guide
77 and 78.
Kindly guide the House to the specifics, so that any senator that is not with us may be with us. 76. Start with 76.
Mr. Speaker, on the statement that I have, when you check on the 12th day, that is when that money hit the account. And as I was saying, immediately the money came into the account. They were able to use the money, not for the intended purpose, but instead to do other things. And mark you, what they were really paying for were neither in the work plans that were presented to the controller of budget, neither were they really requisitioned for. So that was absolute diversion of resources at the expense of the poor children.
So, Mr. Ogada, kindly advise us which document is this? That is, we are finding it on page 76, page 77, and page 78.
That's a statement from the bank.
It is a bank statement.
Yes.
For
Yes.
which particular individual or which particular entity?
So the monies were paid to some law firms.
Excuse me, on a point of order, Mr. Speaker, sir.
The money were paid to some law
I have
firms.
an issue about the production, the reference to documents.
What's your point of order?
I have an issue, Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the governor. The photocopies we have are neither certified, the source not notified. The veracity of those documents was the gist and the thrust of our earlier objection. I don't want to overrule or go back there, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. I need your direction, the ruling on the admissibility of that evidence. It was earlier on our issue, and now as this witness has not sworn any affidavit, has not got a sworn statement, Mr. Speaker, sir, we're in a handicap. The conundrum that faces us is now we have photocopies of documents, the veracity of which is not verifiable, and the thrust of which is then to impugn the integrity of the governor. So unless we get the direction, because this witness has not produced them, this witness has just a bunch of documents, is not sworn.
Mr. Speaker, sir, if I may have the bite of the cherry in response to the objection being raised by my senior, Mr. Kinyanjui. Mr. Speaker, if I invite you to Section 33 of the County Government Act, being the section guiding these proceedings, and most importantly, order number 75 again, this house is not just sitting as a judicial house. It is also being called and invited to conduct an investigation. Investigation does not necessarily mean, it means collection or correction of evidence. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, Mr. Kinyanjui should not invite you to think that you're only sitting as a judicial officer. You are also sitting as an investigation. We are not the ones who drafted this section.
Okay, order. Senator Olekina, what's your interjection?
Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at these documents, and this is the Senate of the Republic of Kenya, which even under Article 125 has got the power to sit as a high court. These documents are not, they are not legible.
and they are also not certified. It will be important for us to have documents which are certified.
Order, Senator.
Please.
I thought...
my concern is this. I can't even see what I'm looking at.
From where I sit, those are some of the things that you will look at when you are making your decision. It's not your turn. Let them, yes, you have order. You will have your order. You will have your turn, and even the council, you will have your turn to poke holes in what is being produced in the Senate. Proceed. And let me request the council to lower your voice. It's a bit, we can hear you. Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for the record, Mr. Speaker, some of these particular entities are the ones we have sought the help of this particular House in the summons that the House has just issued. But thank you. Mr. Ogada, kindly take us, because our time is quickly running out.
Mr. Speaker, sir, having said that, I said that after they received the money, on the 15th, they were on paying J.O. Magolo and company advocates 8 million. That was meant for bursaries. On the same 15th, they were paying Abdullahi Gitari 30 million from the same amount meant for students. On the same day, they were paying Musioki Mogaka and the company advocates 68 million from school fees. And on the same 15th, they were paying Kwanga Mboya 80 million Kenya shillings. They went ahead to pay Miller and company advocates 83 million. And on the same date, they say they paid Moneka another 250 million Kenya shillings, meant for school fees.
Thank you so much. In your paragraph 14, you have indicated to this particular House that there is another violation. Kindly explain that to the House.
The Speaker, sir, on my paragraph 14, the governor violated 187(2)(a) of the Constitution and Article 5(2) of the Deed of Transfer. That can be found on page 359.
359, Mr. Speaker, sir, is still on the file that is labeled DA. That is 9A. My apologies, 9A. So as we proceed, and there is an indication that has come from the House in terms of these better particulars. There is a letter dated the 14th day of December 2020 from the office of the Speaker, which I will want you to explain to this particular House in relation to this particular issue. So confirm the date of that letter, Mr. Ogada.
The date is...
Just flip it through, kindly.
The date is on the 14th of December. The 14th of December, 2020.
Confirm it is from the Speaker of the Nairobi City County Assembly?
Yes, it is from the Speaker.
What is the import of that letter?
Notification for pre-qualification by the county government. Letter of instructions for the case, fee notes, tax compliance certificate, evidence of tax payment, dates of payment, status report.
Yes, so read the first paragraph so that we can know the context of read the first paragraph.
I acknowledge receipt of a letter dated 9th December 2020, inviting the Nairobi City County Assembly to appear before the Senate for the purpose of availing evidence with respect to the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Mike Mbuvi Sonko, the governor of Nairobi City County.
Yes, just continue.
The County Assembly hereby requests your office to issue summons to the following persons to appear before the Senate. 1, Mike Mbuvi. Number 2, Justus Gathenge. And Mr. Kwanga Mboya, Cecil Miller, Musyoki Mogaka.
Confirm that those advocates are part of the advocates that you have named, having received this particular benefit?
Mr. Speaker, sir, the persons we have invited here are part of the people who received money that was meant for the bursaries.
Yes, that is okay. So we can go to the next issue. You have indicated a violation on paragraph 15 of your statement. Kindly take the House through that.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the Assembly, having passed our estimates, and then we did pass our appropriations bill for the 2020 financial year, it was upon the governor to ensure that he assented to the appropriations bill, which he did not assent to, but instead he rejected it. That is the term he used. He rejected it. And it was referred back to the Assembly. According to the Constitution, once a governor rejects and returns without a document, we are either to go by some of his advice, or we can overturn. And once it is overturned, he has no option but to sign. He did bring it. We overturned it. After overturning it, it was taken to him. And as a requirement, within 7 days, he was supposed to have assented to it, failure to which it automatically became law and effective. And him having a final say in terms of whether we can be able to access the county monies from CRF, he was not able to really give the go-ahead by a way of writing and signing a warrant. And Mr. Speaker, sir, as we speak today, this is the month of December, and all members of this House are aware that budgets are supposed to be made by June. By July, they are supposed to be effective. So can you imagine 6 months down the line, the county of Nairobi has no budget. The county of Nairobi cannot pay staffs. The county of Nairobi cannot supply medicine to hospitals. The county of Nairobi cannot pay ECD teachers, simply because the governor has refused to assent. Just putting a pen, even if it is a golden pen, supposed to have put it down so that the people can access services. We can't do our roads. We can't do nothing, simply because he has refused to assent. As a responsible Kenyan citizen, where do you go? What did you do? Our doctors cannot be paid their salaries. PPs cannot be bought, simply because a governor has refused to sign. The money is not his. These are taxpayers' money.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I will.
He's not signing.
I don't want to keep
So
objecting.
what can an ordinary responsible Kenyan do?
Mr. Ogada, let us go back to the statement. On paragraph number 18, you have informed us about gross violation of the Constitution in relation to Dandora Stadium. Kindly elucidate that to this particular honorable House. Paragraph number 18 of your statement.
Mr. Speaker, sir, in terms of paragraph 18, it is about a stadium that was being constructed in Dandora, and the entire process, the procurement processes were gone through, and the work started. And they have specifications according to BQs.
Where will we get that?
Then that one will get in page 808 to 813.
Mr. Speaker, that is the file number 9B. 9B, the black file, 9B. It's a bulky file. It's a bulky file, not a small one. That is page 631, as he has indicated. I will want you, as the House gets to that page, Mr. Ogada, to be ready to read paragraph 1 of that particular document.
Which page?
Page 631 that you have told us about.
Page 631, paragraph 1.
Yes.
It talks about a proposed stadia that have a capacity of 3,000 sitting on concrete terraces and steel truss with libocarbonate sheets. Semi-basement area below the terraces shall form room for changing rooms and washrooms, offices and stores. A perimeter wall shall be constructed in all the sites to secure the facilities, and the artificial turf shall be provided for the playing ground.
That is okay. Let's move to paragraph 21. Paragraph 21 of your statement.
Yes.
You have also referred us to additional pages.
That is page 856 and 857.
What do they speak about? Kindly read for us your statement, Mr. Ogada. What do they speak about? Paragraph 21.
The authority flagged irregularities in the awarding of the tender, alteration of contract specifications, suspected irregular payments, and forgery of documents.
So kindly read for us. Look at page 856 and 857 of the same file that you have referred us to.
Yes, 856.
Yes. Confirm to us that particular document. Which document is that? And what would you want to tell this particular House on that document as you read?
This is a PPRA report dated the 23rd, 9th of 2019.
Yes, explain to the court explain to the House paragraph, page 856 and 857. What is notable there?
One of the observations is that it has been observed that the county government has actually gone ahead to irregularly pay the contractor an amount of Kenya shillings 196.8 million, as evidenced by the payment records. Number 5, it talks about forgery of documents. The contract documents appear to have been forged, including a cabinet memorandum to state that the stadium should be steel structures when the work is already 70% complete.
So read for us page 857.
That is in conclusion, that is on the PPRA report. The contractor, that is paragraph C, the contractor for the project Mr. Skagent Construction Limited, supported by the officers of the Nairobi City County Government, put up steel structures instead of the concrete structure as initially tendered for by the bidders in a clear contravention of the specifications and terms of the contract, and contrary to section 135(6), 139 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015, D, the county government paid the contractor an amount of Kenya shillings 196 million as advised by the payment record highlighted herein. And on the recommendations B, there should be more investigation on how and the extent to which variation of the materials affected the cost of the contract. And finally, in view of the above, the authority concludes that PE did not adhere to the general provisions of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015, especially with specific regard to Section 44, 69, 139, 146, and the relevant provisions under Section 151(2), amongst other provisions.
On page 858, this document is dated when?
It is dated the 23rd, 9th, 2019.
23rd day of September 2019.
Yes.
Thank you. And it is a document from, you've said, PPRA.
PPRA.
Public Procurement Regulatory Authority, I believe.
Yes.
Thank you. And that is a government entity?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
And signed by Francis Kisinga.
So I will quickly take you to the next aspect. The issue in paragraph 25 of your statement.
Mr. Speaker, sir, in my paragraph 25,
25, 26, 27.
The governor violated section 35(4) and section 45(1) of the County Government Act 2012 as read together with section 104 and section 148 of the PFM Act. Between 2018, Mr. Speaker, sir, as I speak to this, we were talking about good governance. And in this case, I clearly say that the governor violated this section by appointing one Ms. Winfred Gadangu as a CEC member for economic planning and also acting as the chief officer for finance. And at the same time, she was also the chief officer for economic planning, knowing very well that one of those offices is under public service, the other one is a public officer. So definitely it was in contravention of the act. And Mr. Speaker, sir.
Where do we find that evidence as enumerated in your paragraph 28?
Yeah, that one we will find in, on page 881
yes.
and 882.
Mr. Speaker, sir, that is the file number 9A, page 881 to 882. What is in page 881, 882? Kindly read to the Honorable House.
Honorable Speaker, in this respect, we find on the 10th of April 2019, one Winfred Gadangu writes a letter to the County Assembly clerk inviting them for a workshop. And
what is the date of that letter, Mr. Ogada?
That is 10th April 2019.
10th April 2019. What she's writing to who?
To the Clerk County Assembly.
She's writing in which capacity?
As the County Chief Officer for Economic Planning.
As the County Chief Officer for Economic Planning?
Yes.
And the next letter?
The next letter, that was done on the 9th, that is on page 882, was done on the 9th of 2019 to the clerk of the county on a supplementary budget. And here, she's writing, the county treasury submitted supplementary budget to the county assembly via the letter reference CEC on the 25th of March 2018 further arising from the deliberations by the County Executive Committee on the revised budget submitted via the above reference letter, it was decided that the supplementary budget as submitted be withdrawn and be resubmitted later.
So
And
what I want you to tell us is, in which capacity is she writing this second letter?
she is writing this letter as CECM, Finance and Economic Planning.
So that is, you are confirming that it is the same person writing a letter on the 9th of April 2019, and in her capacity as the Finance and Economic Planning CEC, and on the 10th of April 2019, the same person is writing a letter as the County Chief Officer Economic Planning.
Yes, I can confirm that.
What is the problem with that?
You find a day before, she is the Minister in charge of Finance and Economic Planning. A day after, she is the PS in the same ministry.
What complication will that arise, and how then will we blame the governor for that particular issue?
A PS can never serve as a minister at the same time.
So how do we blame the governor for that? Does he take any blame?
Incompetence and poor governance.
So he is incompetent and there is poor governance on that particular aspect. So if you look at paragraph 29 and 30, you have given us an explanation. That is of your statement.
I'm aware that the governor has violated the provisions of section 104 of the PFM on responsibilities and the powers of county treasury through inaction, action, omission, and commission to continue to preside over a broken public finance management system.
Okay.
This was despite various resolutions from the county assembly to the governor in order to decentralize the finance sector, which he never did, in contravention to 148 of the Public Finance Management Act.
Thank you. I'll take you to paragraph 32 and 33 of your statement on the issue of tax waivers. Kindly submit to that.
Article 201 of the Constitution of Kenya on the prudent use of financial resources, and section 159 of the Public Finance Management 2012, together with section 5 and 7 of the Nairobi County Tax Waivers Administration Act 2013. He violated this act by unilaterally and arbitrarily issuing waivers in total disregard of the law.
So he issued waivers. Where do we find these waivers in your evidence?
That is page 1048 to 1052.
Mr. Speaker, sir, that again is in the first particular file, 9A. Just go to that page, Mr. Ogada, 1048 and 1052.
This is the Tax Waivers Act.
Yes, you
Yes.
have the Act and 1048 all through. You have also put the copies of these tax waivers adverts. Do you have them?
Yes, the copies are there.
Which page?
Of the waivers he gave. That is on page 1053.
1053.
And in this case, the issue here was that the county, the executive committee member responsible, that is the act.
Yes.
The executive committee member responsible for the finance may, if she deems fit, with the concurrence in writing of the governor, waive payment of any tax fees due to the county government.
Fair enough. So we'll go to paragraph 35 of your statement. Paragraph 35 of your statement on issue of NMS. Kindly elucidate on that.
And one thing that I've not raised about that is when he was giving the waivers, one of the cardinal requirements is that within 14 days, he is supposed to really inform the assembly of the waivers he has given, which he never did in any single occasion.
So he never ever gave any information to the county assembly
He has never done.
on the tax waivers you've referred to.
Yes.
Okay, so we can go to paragraph number 35 on issues of NMS and Article 5 of the deed of transfer.
Mr. Speaker, the governor violated the provisions of Article 5 of the deed of transfer of functions by purposely, deliberately, intentionally, arrogantly, responsibly sabotaging the transfer of functions. Furthermore, the governor is yet to provide NMS with crucial and necessary documents to facilitate them. Mr. Speaker, as I expound on this, one thing we need to appreciate is that the governor willfully went and signed an agreement between the county and the national government, a function which was actually covered live, and it was done within State House. And we didn't see anybody being forced to sign anything. We only saw people parading to be photographed with the signed documents. As a county, we were never involved, but when it was brought...
Mr. Ogada,
Yes.
Mr. Ogada, you have a document which you are referring us to on that particular issue on page 1057?
Yeah, on 1057, I
Yes.
will be...
There is a document on page 1057.
1057?
Mr. Speaker, sir, that is again on the first file, file number 9A.
On this one, it was written by a Mr. Gadenge.
That letter is dated when?
29th April 2020.
Yes.
Request for preparation for the handing over and taking over of functions transferred from Nairobi City County Government to the national government. This is to inform you that I am under firm and clear instruction from His Excellency the Governor as the Chief Executive Officer of Nairobi County Government not to provide you with any information. This is due to consistent and persistent breach of the terms of deed of transfer.
So that letter...
It was written to the Director General NMS.
So who is this Justice M. Kathenge?
That is the Acting County Secretary.
Acting County Secretary. You have also indicated there's a video you wished to adduce and play?
Yeah, that is video clip number 9.
The letter in reference. The letter in reference is not addressed. The letter in reference is addressed to the Auditor General, Your Honor, and clear as it is. And for that matter, we are seeking your indulgence, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we are not misled in these proceedings by citing documents and inputting addresses that are not contained in the letters.
Just take a note of that and you will raise it when your time comes.
So, Mr. Ogada, you had indicated there's a video. And Mr. Speaker, sir, at this point, we will seek your indulgence to play video number 9 that Mr. Ogada has referred to.
There's no volume.
Nahitaji msaada yako kuidismantle. Alafu watu wanaenda kufa, sheria inavunjwa. Mimi Mheshimiwa Rais, nakuomba kateli iliko kaunti ni kubwa zaidi, nahitaji msaada yako kuidismantle. Hata revenue Mheshimiwa Rais, tumejaribu, pesa inaenda kwa bank, lakini bado makatelo wameganga. Tunaomba uingilie hiyo kazi Mheshimiwa Rais. Vile ulifanya KRA, ukapeleka wafisadi nyumbani, naomba msaada yako Nairobi Mheshimiwa Rais. Kama ni revenue chukua huko national government. Kama ni planning Mheshimiwa Rais, ichukua pia ile national government. Kwa hiyo njia ukinisaidia Mheshimiwa Rais, cartel zitazikwa kwa kaburi ya sahau, wananchi wapate maendeleo, vijana wapate kazi, mahospitali ziwe na madawa, mashule iweze kujengwa.
So in short, who is that appearing?
That is Governor Sonko,
That is
clearly requesting His Excellency the President to take over responsibilities that he was given by the citizens of this great county.
What's your point of order, Senator Murkomen?
Mr. Speaker, there is a rule in this House, the Senate, and I suspect it is the rule in most of the county assemblies, because their standing orders were drafted like ours, that media reports are not referred to in both the chamber and committees of the Senate. So how are we expected to treat that kind of evidence, Mr. Speaker?
Senator Murkomen, that's the evidence, and you'll have time to use whatever we have when you are making a decision. Okay, let's proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir. So in brief, who is that and what is he saying?
The Governor of Nairobi County requesting His Excellency the President to assist him do the work of Nairobi.
So I'll ask you to look at paragraph 31 and the letter that you referred to. Paragraph 31 and that letter and that video.
I am aware that His Excellency the Governor has broken Article 5.5 of the deed of transfer. That is page 359, by his refusal to hand over the necessary documentation to enable Kenya Revenue Authority to undertake optimal revenue collection.
So, and refer that to the letter that you referred to in reference to the governor's request, as you have said, for assistance.
Request for preparation for handing over, taking over of functions transferred from Nairobi City County government to the national government.
Yes. Okay, I'll refer you now to the next ground, that is abuse of office. Paragraph 36 of your statement.
Under abuse of office, the governor violated section 75 of the Constitution as read together with sections 11, 13, and 16 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012 on the conduct of state officers. The governor has aided, abetted.
Video. You have indicated that you have also evidence attaching to that in your...
Yeah, I will request that the Speaker allow us to play audio clip number 1 and video number 12.
Mr. Speaker, we will request that audio clip number 1 and video clip number 12 is played, and just for a general caution, it is not words that we will really wish to play in public, but it is our evidence as words by the governor. Audio clip number 1. Audio clip number 1, kindly.
Your point of order.
the clip cannot be played in public. Mr. Speaker, our proceedings are live and our children are watching. So as a mother, I'm cautious that if it's something, as a mother and wife, Mr. Speaker, I'm cautious on what is coming on the screens and my children are watching.
Have you seen it?
But they've cautioned us.
They've
cautioned us, Speaker.
But you don't know what the caution...
So unless it's in camera.
You don't know what the caution it was. Therefore, don't precharge. Let's watch it.
That's why, Mr. Speaker, it might come out and children are watching. So it will be too late, Mr. Speaker. So unless we go off.
Mr. Speaker, that's why we need to impeach him and we need to demonstrate that. Maybe we may play video clip number 12.
That language, Mr. Speaker, sir, is wrong. That is why we need to impeach him. Why is that? That's prejudging this honorable House.
That is the position of our client, and that is what they need to demonstrate.
Order, Senator Omanga.
Video clip number 12 or audio clip number 1?
Kumbavu wewe, takataka ghasia. Ndio bwana ulikuwa unakatwa makende, matako wewe. Mzee, wewe ni mzee, ukwalify Kanjo si mama yangu, wewe ni grandmother. Wewe ni grandmother wewe. Changa, makende wewe. Niko nini? Chazi wewe. Naogopa Mungu si mwana maji. Takataka wewe. Leo yako ni ya pesa. Matako wewe. Matako. Matako wewe. Matako wewe. Chazi, kumbavu. Peleka changa kwa mama yako. Peleka changa kwa mama yako wewe. Shazi wewe.
Okay.
Kumbavu. Takataka.
Okay. Order. Order, members. Order, members. Order. Order. No, I'm not going to allow. He was only mentioning some organs of the body. What is outrageous about that? Proceed.
Video number 12. Video number 12. Kindly.
Very useless. Na nitakuonesha na hiyo pesa yako. Jinga wewe. Shenzi. Whom do you think you are? Mwizi wewe wa kawaida. Kwenda kabisa.
The governor threatening the investor with dire consequences.
Kuja hapa Kayole sasa uone kama ni mwanaume.
So what do you have to say about that?
Senator Falhada, what is your point?
Before we've seen the screen, we could only hear the voice, but now we don't know what evidence does it show that that is Mike Sonko?
Order. Order. Let me give further direction. Order. I said, as Senate, you are the jury. Your time will come when you will now look at all these things and make a judgment. So you'll take a decision. Senator Professor Kindeki.
37, 38, 39. Be reading. 37, 38, 39.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with you that the parties have a right to adduce the evidence that they think will advance their parties. But as a procedural question, Mr. Speaker, I'll request your guidance whether it is in order for any kind of evidence to be broadcast. Because, Mr. Speaker, hypothetically, the party can bring pornographic material as evidence, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would cautiously request a recommendation whereby, going forward, sensitive material, which is of a nature that cannot be shared in this way, proceed on camera. So if it must proceed, it proceeds on camera. That's what courts of law do, because Senate cannot be a place for broadcasting profanity or other material that could be. And I'm not saying there is anything profane. I'm just saying that we need to be careful. The leeway is there, but some things the Speaker may have to guide us so that we maintain a bit of privacy and contain material that should not be consumed by everybody.
Mr. Speaker, sir, if I may, if I may.
We don't have that. Just order, Senator Susan Kika, what is it? Let's minimize interjections because the time is.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me also add my voice to that issue. It seems a bit disturbing that council here, as much as they do want to bring whatever evidence they have to prove their case, that they are able to just bring anything, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe there should be some procedure or some process where maybe we are even able to authenticate what it is that they're bringing in. So we have to have some chain of custody, perhaps, maybe be able to make sure that that is whoever they are saying they're arguing is his voice. We don't know all that. So I don't think they should be able to just throw in the kitchen and the kitchen sink to the wall and see what sticks.
Okay, maybe going, no, let's make progress. Because, order. You know, these materials were, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I think it will be proper for us to look at the evidence. But since we have an in-camera session, maybe at that point, when we're deliberating, we can listen to such. Because it's actually not fair that our children back at home are listening to this, and you don't know the context as to when, we don't have the whole picture, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Because,
order.
Just with a small clip of 30 seconds, you don't know whether it has been edited so that it suits a certain narrative. So I think what I'd request, Mr. Speaker, because we are the jury, we are the people who are supposed to make the decision. If we are not happy with the way things are proceeding, I think it is right for us to raise them so that we don't have to wait until the time when we're talking.
Okay, order. I want to say this. First, looking at those videos, they were made in public and people were watching. It was not in privacy. So, they were not, what I'm saying is you saw one of them was on NTV and people were watching. So what I'm saying, going forward, when we go, like you said, in camera, we'll be able to look at the evidence that has been brought so that we are able to move forward. Let us proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And
we also place to the attention of the Speaker that we do not have those video clips. They were not served upon us in advance, Mr. Speaker. And actually there's a risk, there's going to be miscarriage of justice, Mr. Speaker. If videos and clips are going to be played here that have not been served upon the governor and his team.
Mr. Speaker, sir, if I may respond, because that matter directly affects us, as the question of the service. Yesterday we met at the office of the clerk to this house, where we all exchanged documents. We've been candid enough to disclose each and every evidence being brought forward, and Mr. Speaker, I confirm that we served Mr. Kinyanjui's clerk with all the relevant evidence.
Order. This is order. This is not a market. You have to respect the House. Yes. Stand when I give you an opportunity. So let's proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. So, Mr. Ogada, from what you have heard, what can you briefly tell this particular House, very briefly?
Mr. Speaker, the concern that I have is just the concern that each and every member has here. They are saying some things which we are hearing of are things which really a parent sitting together with the children is not supposed to listen to or watch. And that is the governor you gave us, and those are the things we are watching. And that is why we decided that enough is enough. We are not able to continue watching the same things with our children. So we have made a decision that we impeach him.
Confirm to this House that whether we have a certificate detailing where these particular video clips and audio clips have been procured from, and that has been filed in this particular House.
Yes, there is a certificate, and it was filed with the clerk of the Senate.
Thank you. So I will take you to paragraph 37, 38, 39, 40. Kindly speak to that particular issue.
38, Mr. Speaker, the Governor, Mike Sonko, oversaw and authorized the financing of an illegal, irregular, extravagant, exorbitant, and flashy trip to New York, the United States of America, by his daughter, Saumu Agnes Mbuvi, amounting to Kenya shillings 4.6 million. The daughter was disguised as a ward administrator of the Nairobi County to purportedly attend the county First Ladies Conference held during the 62nd session of the Commission on the Status of Women in 2018.
Kindly explain that, that particular aspect, kindly.
Mr. Speaker, that is an absolute abuse of office from the onset as you look at it. Because one, here we find him flying his daughter to the United States of America to attend the First Ladies Conference. The problem here is, number one, the daughter is disguised as a ward administrator. And if you look at the ward administrators we have in the Nairobi County, the daughter has never been a ward administrator. Besides that, Mr. Speaker, sir, the daughter flies in a first class to New York, costing the taxpayer 840 million Kenya shillings, which I know even the Speaker of this House may be permitted to travel using first class, but I doubt very few Kenyans are allowed to travel first class using public funds. But here is a case they did.
So we can find that we can find that evidence, Mr. Ogada, as per your paragraph 40, where the evidence of this exorbitant expenditure. Paragraph 40 of your statement.
We will get it on page 1120, 1120.
Mr. Speaker, sir, that is page 1120 of the second file, that is 9B. The second file is a black file. The third file, my apologies, it's 9C. 9C, my apologies. 9C, it's the red file, it's a dangerous file, that's why it's red. Kindly take the House through that evidence on page 1120 as you explain.
Mr. Speaker, there is an affidavit to that effect of the officer who was basically entrusted to make sure that it happens.
So I think that witness can testify on that. We can go to paragraph 41 then.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on the same trip, apart from using first class, we find the governor's daughter being hired for a chopper at a cost of 220,000 Kenya shillings to go around New York City to see how beautiful the city was, using public funds. She goes ahead to have an offside party at a cost of 260, using public funds.
260 what? Kindly
60,000.
Which currency?
Kenya shillings.
Thank you.
The same lady is transferred from the First Ladies Conference to Philadelphia at a cost of 60,000. As she was in Philadelphia, she went to visit tourist sites at a cost of 120,000 using Kenyan money. She was accompanied by the media, and those media people were paid 120. And while she was around that place, they were able to spend around 300,000 on ground transport. But you remember, she was flown at a cost of 60,000 to Philadelphia, but ground transport within Philadelphia took 300,000.
So the documents that you have referred to, do they demonstrate where this amounts, colossal amounts, where they came from? Who paid for that in simple?
It was paid by the county government.
And was that payment a valid payment? Was it supposed to be paid? Was she supposed to have received such particular benefit?
Mr. Speaker, sir, the money, part of it was given direct to the airline, the agent who procured the tickets, and then the per diem of 2.6 million was a junior officer from the county was forced to go and withdraw using her name in a company of a bodyguard of His Excellency the Governor. After withdrawing the cash, the bodyguard walked away with the 2.6 million.
So on this, there's you've indicated there's evidence you wanted to be played in your paragraph 40 of your statement. There's a video you wanted to be played.
I have the clip 7.
Clip 7. Mr. Speaker, sir, maybe clip 7 can be played?
This
For the
one has no
comfort,
question.
it doesn't have any derogatory remarks.
Okay.
It is the same.
Party after party, after party, after party. Party after party, party after party. Party.
So it's a party mode, I believe. I will take you to paragraph 41. Paragraph 41 and 42, kindly explain to the House. Or who, kindly explain to us, because it's a bit funny. Who is that? I may not know him. And what is he doing?
Mr. Speaker and honorable members, you remember as the children of Nairobi were going home without food, others were out of school as a result of the diversion of their school fees. His Excellency the Governor was in France doing party after party at the expense of service delivery in the county of Nairobi.
Thank you. So paragraph 41 and 42, kindly, briefly. Paragraph 41 of your statement and 42.
Mr. Speaker, this is about persistent harassment and intimidation of officers. The county executive, including blackmailing his county executive members and chief officers with one-year contracts whose renewal he undertakes arbitrarily, leaving the officers jittery about their employment and creating climate of fear, uncertainty, despondence. And to put this to perspective, Mr. Speaker, sir, the governor failed to renew the contract of 23 chief officers in May 2019. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a serious problem we are having in the county, and as members of the county assembly, we have tried to really talk about it. One, you will appreciate that in Nairobi County, that is where 90% of the officers are in acting capacity. I isolated, for example, one department, that is the finance docket. Remember that we have been, since the elections, we have been in office for about 36 months, 40 months, since we were elected. And you will be shocked that during this time, in finance docket alone, we have had 10 CECs in finance docket, 10 CECs within 3 years. And we have had 8 chief officers, 8 chief officers in the same docket. Mr. Speaker, sir, that clearly talks about poor governance. It is poor governance.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker, sir.
So continue.
That is hearsay.
You will have
Not
time.
in the record.
You will have your time to cross-examine.
Continue.
Mr.
Proceed.
Speaker, sir, in regard to that, we'll be having one witness who will be speaking to that once I'm done.
Video.
And
There is something you have indicated you wanted to...
there's a video number 3.
Mr. Speaker, sir, with your permission, video number 3. Video number 3, kindly.
Of corruption and lack of professionalism, with Ouko lifting the lead on the operations at City Hall while explaining why she left the Mike Sonko's government.
We are dealing with a reckless ego, roaming around with abandon, with state machinery, looking for who to destroy next to compensate for self-esteem deficiencies.
So in that video, what in short was happening, if it is within your knowledge?
That is one of the chief officers. That was Janet Ouko, the then CEC for education in the county, clearly describing the environment in which she was working.
You confirm that she was also a witness in this matter?
Yes.
So we can go to paragraph 43, kindly, of your statement. Paragraph number 43. What are you telling us in short?
The governor has not only sexually molested the female members of the county executive, including his county executive members and chief officers, as shall be demonstrated later, but has extended his detestable behavior to our women and mothers, our sisters, including female leaders, by publicly exposing them to ridicule, odium, contempt, and embarrassment.
What?
For example, in video 1.
Mr. Speaker, sir, with your permission, video number 1 can be played.
Mimi si bwana yako, hata ndio unashika simu sasa wewe unataka. Because he's a busy president. Because he's a busy president. Kwa hivyo mimi si bwana yako, hata ndio unashika simu sasa wewe unataka. Kwa hivyo hapo tuheshimiane. Lakini upande ya miradi mimi niko nyuma yako. Na kuunga mkono. Haya, kwa heri ya kuonana. Kwa heri ya kuonana.
Kindly explain that embarrassing situation, kindly.
Mr. Speaker, that was brought in order to see how His Excellency the Governor treats fellow leaders, and more especially women leaders.
So I'll take you to paragraph 44. In short,
the governors have violated Section 73 of the Constitution by failing to promote public confidence in the integrity of the office of the governor following his arrest and being charged for conspiracy to commit an offense of corruption to Section 47A3 as read together with Section 48 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act for knowingly conspiring to commit an offense of corruption, namely embezzlement of public funds in the sum of Kenya shillings 357 million. As a consequence, Honorable Speaker, the governor has been barred from accessing his office.
So what do you have to demonstrate that? Is it in your evidence?
Page 1154 and 1155.
Mr. Speaker, sir, that is on the file labeled 9D, Mr. Speaker, 9D, page 1155 and 1156. Kindly explain to us quickly what do you find in that particular document?
Those are charge sheets as evidence of him having been charged.
So read for us that particular, the particulars of the offense in page 1154. Who has been charged? Particulars of the offense. Down there, there is particulars of offense, 1154.
The governor.
Just read the names kindly. 1154.
54. Yeah, there we have Kioko Mike Sonko Mbuvi Gideon, alias Mbuvi Gideon Kioko, Mike Sonko, alias Mbuvi Gideon Kioko, alias Mike Sonko Mbuvi Gideon Kioko, alias Mbuvi Gideon Kioko Sonko, Peter Mbugwa Kariuki.
That's okay. Yeah. So, who are those people?
One and the same person.
It's one and the same person. And
Yes.
who is that person
Governor,
with all those names in relation to these proceedings?
Those ones are, they're referring to Governor Sonko.
Okay. So, which is the charge? Count one on the same page. The same page. The charge there is?
Conspiracy to commit an offense of corruption.
Okay. I'll take you to the next page. That is page 1158. Count number 4. What is the statement of offense?
Conflict of interest contrary to section 42(3) as read together with section, and particularly the name is Kioko Mike Sonko Mbuvi Gideon, alias Mbuvi Gideon Kioko Mike Sonko, alias Mbuvi Gideon Kioko, alias Mike Sonko Mbuvi Gideon Kioko, alias Mbuvi Gideon Kioko Sonko.
Okay, count number 11. What is the statement of offense? It is on page 1161.
Money.
We are not getting that clearly.
On money laundering.
Money laundering. Again, who has been charged?
Kioko Mike Sonko Mbuvi Gideon.
Okay.
Alias Mbuvi Gideon Kioko, alias Mike Sonko Mbuvi.
That is okay. Page 1162, count 13. Count 13, statement of offense, 1162.
Acquisition of proceeds of crime contrary to section 4 of the proceeds.
Again, who has been charged?
Kioko Mike Sonko Mbuvi Gideon, alias Mbuvi Gideon Kioko, alias Mbuvi Gideon Kioko, alias Mike Sonko Mbuvi.
And who is this who has been charged in relation to these proceedings?
The governor of Nairobi.
The governor of Nairobi. So you can go to page 1154. Kindly state the court case number. On the top left, the third sentence.
Case number 32 of 2019.
Which date on top of it?
9th December 2019.
So confirm that that is a period that the governor is still serving or was still serving as the governor of this particular county.
Yes.
So go back to your statement, paragraph 45. You wanted the court, you wanted this particular house to do what?
He is incapable of performing his functions under Article 179(4) of the Constitution, as read together with Section 30 of the County Government Act.
I'm referring you to paragraph 44. There is a video clip you had intended that it be played. Speak to the
Video
microphone.
clip number 8.
Video clip number 8. Mr. Speaker, sir, video clip number 8, with your permission, kindly.
To the capital city, Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko has been out of the country for a week now in what he has termed going off infrastructural projects in France, which he claims he will develop in Nairobi County.
It's been a week of benchmarking for Governor Mike Sonko in Paris, France. Sonko, in his trademark casual attires and bling-bling, has been busy video blogging while crisscrossing infrastructural.
So who's the flashy person in that particular video, kindly?
Yeah, that is the governor of Nairobi.
Thank you. So I'll refer you to paragraph 46. It speaks for itself. Paragraph 46, kindly, very briefly.
The governor has further violated Article 73 of the Constitution and Section 8 and 11 on the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012 on public trust and professionalism, where he is on record admitting that he was intoxicated, that's not in the right frame of mind, when he signed the deed of transfer for the transfer of certain functions of the county to the national government. In his own words, he did say, hawa watu wa State House walini confused na pombe na kwanza. By the time I was meeting the president for that signing, I was just seeing zigzag.
So you have anything to demonstrate that?
Mr. Speaker,
you have anything in that particular video to be played? Paragraph 46?
Yes, we have video 5.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, with your permission, video 5. We need volume, kindly.
Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko. Through a flurry of social media posts, Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko now claims he was in a drunken state. Through a flurry of social media posts, Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko now claims he was in a drunken stupor before signing away key functions of the county to the national government. He wasn't aware of what he was signing, he claims. Unnamed people inside State House served him alcohol, which disoriented his mental faculties.
I think it was of better quality, but Mr. Speaker said that is what it is. Mr. Ogada, what was that particular clip speaking to? Very briefly.
Mr. Speaker, what I see is a sober person sitting comfortable and signing a document in front of you and His Excellency the President. And I hope you will not confirm to us that he was actually drunk when you are standing behind him.
In terms of the words, I know it wasn't very clear.
Yes.
And I think that's why there may be, but we can park that for now. Let's go to paragraph 48, kindly.
The governor was, has always been unavailable, even before he was charged in the law courts and barred from accessing office. In the earlier days, it can be confirmed that he was conducting his activities from his home based in Machakos, which is outside the jurisdiction of the county of Nairobi, and basically was elected to represent the people of Nairobi, but he was conducting their affairs from Moa, which is outside the county.
So
and
what is
we'll
the
refer to video number 4.
And as we refer, what is the violation in terms of gazettement? I can see you've indicated gazetted county boundaries.
It is outside the gazetted county boundaries.
Mr. Speaker, sir, with your kind permission, video number 4. There are brief videos that are remaining. Video number 4.
From a neighboring one. You see, Mike Sonko has turned into a stay-at-home governor. His palatial home, etched atop one of Manzoni's scenic hills in Machakos, is now more than just a residence. It is an office as well, from where he runs the capital's operations. On Monday, Nairobi's county executive members trooped to the private firm to hold a cabinet meeting. It is a
Thank you. So that speaks to itself evident. We can go to paragraph 50 of your statement.
The governor has, on unaccountable occasions, violated Article 73 and 75 of the Constitution and Section 8 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012 on public trust, where he has constantly used his position to abuse public trust in county government by persistent use of abusing, embarrassing, inappropriate, and unprintable words which undermines and greatly demeans the office.
So what do you have to demonstrate that?
Video 6.
Mr. Speaker, sir, video 6, with your permission.
Kuna bili ya kule kwa shamba tingi amelima mpaka kabisa huko. Hiyo mimi sio mimi nakula kutoka mawili ni upeleka kwa ile wakati unajua wewe kwenda wewe usinisome wakati tunashida wewe wakati tunashida wewe bwana somea mimi bana wacha ujinga shida gani mimi sina bili yako na kama hapo kwako hata sirudi hapo ushenzi wewe. Kwenda wewe kumbavu. Bwana unapeleka mahewa huko Dandora ni makata kule unasema unasema nini? Wewe kwenda pale somea mimi. Mimi rafiki yako pale somea mimi. Wewe kwenda kumbavu. Wewe ni kumbavu kwenda kabisa. Shida zinaisha na shida gani nakuwa naye? Shida gani mimi nakuwa naye? Wewe usisomee bwana. Mimi sikusomea lakini usinisomee mimi wewe usinisomee. Bwana sababu wewe. Wewe hapa wewe unafanya yao huko.
So kindly explain what you can hear and what you know about that video.
Mr. Speaker, that's basically about the language. The governor who should be setting a good example to the citizens of this county. And in that clip, you will realize that one Honorable Kalembe Ndile anasema wewe sio mwewe unapewa kuku ya bure. See that kind of a thing. He was claiming that the governor refused to pay him for the food he has been consuming in the same place.
So we can go to paragraph number 54 as we wind up. Paragraph number 54. What do you speak generally about that paragraph?
Honorable Speaker, it is in the public domain that the Honorable Governor was once convicted at the Mombasa Law Courts in criminal case numbers. Case number 1675/1997, charge failure to attend court. That was Mbuvi Gideon Kioko. And number 2, it was charged on case number 1727/1996, charge failure to attend court. The other one is case number 1584/2000, charge obtaining money by false pretense under the name Mike Norwal Muoki Mbo. Number 4, 2464/2000, charge conspiracy to defraud in the name of Michael Muoki. And the last one is on 6/30/98, sentenced and committed to imprisonment in Shimo La Tewa under the prison number in Mombasa. It is also on record that the governor admitted he escaped from lawful custody following his admission at the Coast General Hospital. That escape could only be unlawful.
Yes, what do you have to demonstrate on that particular issue?
Video number 10.
Mr. Speaker, sir, that's the last video number 10.
In high school. Yeah. After that, mambo dili mashamba, nikaenda Shimo La Tewa prison. I was a leader for ordinary block remand prison. A leader there.
I'm sorry.
I used to supervise how uji was being distributed on bins.
Wait.
Yes.
You were in charge of...
I went to Nasoleria prison. I was a leader of C block. They're listening, even the prison commanders.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what do you have to say about that particular bragging post by the governor?
Mr. Speaker, based on the evidences that we are able to see, we can clearly see that the governor is used to being in custody, and basically it is nothing strange to him, and I hope that is not the best of examples that we need to set to our children. And the only honorable thing that we will request this honorable house is to help and save Nairobians so that we can have focused leadership.
So I'll refer you to, that is the document on the affidavits. You can look at it.
Yes.
Kindly speak to that.
Yeah.
Which page are you looking at? Oh, it's not paginated. Just refer to
this. This is a document dated the 1st of October 2010 from the Office of President, Vice President, Minister of Home Affairs.
Which date?
1st October 2010.
1st October 2010. Yes?
Yes.
So read for us.
Confidential report on ex-committee prisoner Mbuvi Gideon Kioko. The above referred person was a prisoner at this institution during the period between 2000 and 2001, specifically as a convicted prisoner and a remand prisoner. From our archives, we have been able to compile the person's records at this institution as given below. True certified copies of the record are enclosed herein as well. Yes. So, date of escape, I can see from that record, date of escape from Shimo La Tewa prison is the 16/4/1998.
Is the date of escape of who and from where?
Of Mike Mbuvi Gideon Kioko.
Okay. Which date?
16/4/1998.
16/4/1998.
And there's a date of recapture, that is 17/11/2000.
He was recaptured on the 17th day of November,
Yes,
2000.
Yes.
Okay. So you have elucidated a lot about the grounds that you have brought about. And to that particular extent, I will just ask you in passing, you have talked about diversion of funds meant for bursaries.
Yes.
Why do you blame the governor for that? How do you connect him to that?
The governor is basically the CEO. He oversees everything that takes place within the county.
Thank you. So there is the issue of the Dandora Stadium and the indictment by the PPRA. How do you connect the governor to that particular indictment?
being the CEO, and with several advisory opinions, both from technical team and from the PPRA, the only thing he could do was to save Nairobians by making sure that the stadium was done according to the specifications without giving in to the so-called cartels, by allowing them to change and vary documents at will. And I'll put it to you that remember when the verification was done, when the stadium was downgraded from the concrete, it was to steel, but still the cost remains the same, and the county government was able to lose colossal amounts of money.
Thank you so much. So in short, and in finalizing your evidence, in short and in one sentence, what will be your closing remarks based on the evidence that you've adduced?
Mr. Speaker, the only thing I can do is to request this Honorable House, as the defenders and the protectors of devolution, that I request you to rise to the occasion and ensure that devolution is actually defended and protected. And the only thing you can do to assist Nairobians who have really been groaning is by a way of ensuring that the monies that are being transferred for devolved functions are actually utilized for the same functions they have been made for.
And in reference to the impeachment?
Mr. Speaker, sir, one thing that we need to really put across is that we have put our case with very good evidences, and the only thing we'll request this Honorable House, please rise to the occasion, because it is your business. The County Assembly of Nairobi has done their part. They have tried and they have ensured that the governor becomes and is held accountable.
Thank you. And in terms of the evidence, the video evidence, documentary evidence that you've referred to, would you want those to be adduced as evidence in this particular motion, as your personal evidence?
Yes, definitely they are evidences, and we did bring them here yesterday, and each and every member of this Honorable House
Mr. Speaker, sir,
should admit them as evidences.
Thank you so much. You will be subjected to cross-examination. Mr. Speaker, sir, that will be the end of examination in chief.
Mr. Speaker, sir, before the closure of the examination in chief, I would like you to go on record. We have objected to the production of those documents.
Okay.
May I proceed? Mr.
Proceed.
Speaker, honorable members, good afternoon. Thank you on behalf of the governor, Mr. Ogada. Did you swear an affidavit before this honorable Senate to affirm what you are telling this honorable Senate, that is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I swore an oath.
Where is your oath? Where is your oath?
I've just sworn an oath and it was taken over. By
yes, please indicate. The longer you take, the longer we will take in this cross-examination. Please. You have taken 1 hour and 22 minutes. Allow us then to cross-examine you. Do you have an oath that you can pinpoint that you took?
Yes, Counsel, I have my statement, the witness statement.
What page?
Which oath are you talking about? I swore an oath here to speak the truth, and that is it. And then I have a witness statement clearly indicated and filed
Very well, Mr. Ogada. The fact is you have not sworn an affidavit, correct? You said in your evidence in chief that you made the statement on the 3rd of November 2020. Did I get you right?
And I've not mentioned that.
Mr. Speaker, sir,
That is
the
the
Hansard
day when the
could confirm that
impeachment took place.
you said in your introductory remarks that you made your witness statement on a certain date.
I did say we prosecuted impeachment motion on the 3rd of December, and that's what I said.
Therefore, your statement, which you've been relying upon, is not dated, correct? Mr. Ogada?
A personal statement.
Is it or is it not?
Once signed, I think that's good enough.
It is not dated.
It is signed.
It is not dated, correct?
But signed.
Answer my question.
It is signed.
Now, do you have an equivalent statement, affidavit, or witness statement that you made before the county assembly on, before, or subsequent to the 3rd of December 2020?
That was a motion.
Listen to my question.
What I had,
Listen to my question, please. Please be categorical.
I will tell
Did you make a similar statement?
What I had in the county assembly was a motion, which I was
Please answer
moving.
yes or no so that we save time.
That was a motion.
Did you or did you not have a witness statement or an affidavit?
That was a motion.
Allow me to ask the question.
Statement could
Mr.
not.
Ogada,
Yes.
allow me to ask the question. On behalf of the governor, please.
Yes.
Show respect to Mr. Speaker and the honorable members of the assembly, kindly. They need to know, we need to know, did you or did you not have a similar witness statement before the county assembly on, before, or immediately subsequent to the 3rd of December 2020?
I had a motion.
Listen to my question again. Mr. Speaker, sir, this witness is being dodgy, and the longer we take with these sort of responses, the more difficult it becomes for us then to make useful time of what is actually limited
Additionally,
time.
Mr. Speaker, sir, it would be important that the witness be protected from the harassment. He's answering the question. He has answered that question several times.
May I ask you again, did you or did you not have a witness statement before the county
I've
assembly?
said I did a motion, and that is actually the procedure.
I will
We
come to
don't
your
do
motion.
Statements. We don't do statements in the assembly.
I will come to the motion. Please allow me. Mr. Ogada, do you or do you not have?
That's not the procedure of the county assembly, to have statements, do motions.
What is a provision that you are relying on? Which standing order? Mr. Ogada? Mr. Ogada, you should not
Relax,
then
take
be
your
looking at
time.
that. No, I'm asking you because you're a witness and your advocates there are assisting you. You are a witness. You want the governor to lose his seat on account of your evidence. And that evidence was not. Listen to my question, please, Mr. Ogada, so we save the cost. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to demonstrate utmost respect to your seat. I'd like to demonstrate the utmost respect to honorable members. And the longer this witness does not answer the question, the longer it takes for us to move forward. That question is relevant to the governor because he lamented he had never been served with any statement of a similar nature. I will take it that the witness has declined to answer that question. Honorable members, that bears relevance. Mr. Ogada, if you look at your statement, it is addressed to the Senate and the Honorable Speaker. Is that correct? Page
Yes.
1.
Yes.
There is no...
What's your point of order, Senator Nyamunga?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I think that as we continue with the proceedings, the lawyer to the governor should be addressing you and not addressing the witness. I think that's a bit of intimidation, and the procedure of the House is to address the chair.
Okay, yes, proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The honorable member, I did not mean to intimidate because counsel was looking and addressing the witness for the county assembly. I'm only doing that. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member, I did not mean to intimidate because counsel was looking and addressing the witness for the county assembly. I'm only doing that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member, I did not mean to intimidate because counsel was looking and addressing the witness for the county assembly. I'm only doing that. Are you familiar with Standing Order number 67 of the County Assembly Standing Orders?
Yeah, that's the procedure.
You are?
For removal of government.
I'm asking if you're aware, you're familiar with.
It must be. Yes, I am.
Now, it is required that the notice of motion shall be signed by the member who affirms that the particulars of allegations contained in the motion are true to his knowledge, to his or her own knowledge, and the same verified by each of the members, consisting at least a third of all the members of the County Assembly.
Yeah, sure.
You look at your motion, dated the 25th of November 2020. You signed it?
Yes, sure.
Part of your documents. Did you sign it?
The motion, the notice of motion to the Speaker was signed by me.
You signed?
Yes.
Does it contain an affirmation that what is there, the particulars of allegations contained in the motion are true to your knowledge? Does it contain that?
Yes, it has.
Show us. Show us where it contains that. There is nowhere in your notice of motion containing that affirmation. Is that correct? Mr. Ogada, you have not answered my question. You're being dodgy. Is it not true that His Excellency the Governor on the 23rd of November complained about you embezzling Nairobi City County funds on account of a trip that you were to make to Dubai, but you did not travel?
I think that is an irrelevant question.
No. Answer the question, yes or no.
You listen to me when I'm talking.
You answer.
What I'm saying, that is an irrelevant thing. Those are sideshows.
Mr.
I've
Speaker,
just said he was paid 300 million in the county.
I'm only asking a question, and I ask the same way that
Order. If you talk at the same time, I'll not be able to follow what you're saying. So
Mr. Speaker, sir, my objection.
A bit systematic.
I beg that this witness, we let him be asked all manner of questions, and the only interruptions were implicating what is actually before you, no more than 4 interruptions. This witness, instead of answering, is saying, we're being dodgy. I ask, is he in a particular way aware that this was lodged against him? If he can answer us, we'll be very brief. Mr. Ogada, let me repeat my question so that, Mr. Speaker, we can save time. It is true that there was, in fact, a complaint made against you by His Excellency the Governor on the 23rd of November 2020 with the DCI that you had received money in purported travel to Dubai, but you never traveled.
Mr. Speaker, I think that is a side issue and an irrelevant issue to this House. Number one, the issues of impress he understands, and as a lawyer is supposed to understand it. And I think that is totally outside what we are doing here. That's an irrelevant thing.
Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a relevant question. It goes to motive. It also goes to character. Sorry.
What's your point of intervention, Senator Linturi?
Mr. Speaker, I am kindly asking to protect the lawyer of the governor when he's asking questions, to make sure the questions being asked are answered. Because the question that is being raised, as serious dimension on his character, his integrity, and if he can do that, then what is this Senate? How is the Senate required to trust him or believe what he says? So it is important for him to answer. That question is important.
Okay, try as much as possible, the witness, to answer what you are asked as precisely as possible.
Mr. Speaker, the issue is raising over trip to Dubai. I've been a member of the County Assembly for years. starting from being a councillor, nothing has been raised against me. I've never been involved in any criminal activities. Neither have I been arrested. And in any case, an impressed over safari in the month of December. I know the issue is I was prosecuting this case so that I can travel, but I think they are trying to make it to look as if I did not travel. That is not true. That's not the case.
Very well.
And the issue of impressed, we understand, according to the policies, you have to surrender it within 12 months. So I think within a week it is something which is...
What's your point of order, Senator Olekina?
Speaker, this is the Senate of the Republic of Kenya, and we are performing a very, very important function. We're here to defend the interests of counties and their governments. I think it would be proper that when the witness is responding to questions and to substantiate, because I've just heard the witness saying, and I just had to interject here, that the issues of impress, you surrender impress within 12 months. And the PFM Act is quite clear, it is within 7 days. So, Mr. Speaker, if the witness can respond to the question as asked by the lawyer, it will help us. Because for us, we are listening and we want to follow. At first, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to know whether the statement was signed. I'm still at lost. So it would be proper for us to know, even the character of the witness, whether this is actually true. Because we can be fabricating things here, or we can be confused in following the procedures. So, Mr. Speaker, I would just like to request that you direct the witness to respond to questions as asked, so that we can follow. We are not being able to take notes.
That is what I have directed. But in any case, whichever answer he gives, it will assist you to make your opinion on how the witness is. If he's not responding to what has been asked, take note, and you'll raise it when the time comes when we are making our judgment.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the County Assembly, maybe we'll seek your indulgence and guidance as to when the character evidence is called into question. The rules of evidence are very clear, Mr. Speaker, and the Evidence Act bears as witness that the moment you open up to the character of a witness, then it also invites your character to be put into question. We were told, and you gave a ruling, that we shall not have an opportunity of cross-examining the governor. So where shall we rebut the character evidence of our witness if in reciprocation we shall not have the governor on the stand? There must be equality of arms, Mr. Speaker. If character evidence is called into question, we must be given an opportunity to rebut it.
Proceed.
Thank you very, very much. Mr. Speaker, sir, this honorable House, honorable members, you are treated to an array of clips and audio tapes. And this witness said that look at the character of the governor. We assault him on that score, but he is not prepared, honorable members, Mr. Speaker, sir, to answer the issue about his own conduct at the County Assembly being referred to the DCI on account of his embezzlement of money. And he says a sideshow, that is his response. Mr. Speaker, sir, we must, like they say, have equality of arms. Thank you.
What's your point of order, Senator Wetangula?
My learned friend Haron Kinyanjui is a very experienced lawyer. I would want to encourage you. Cross-examine the witness. Don't engage in arguments with him. Ask him questions, wait for an answer, and move on. Because when you engage in an altercation with a witness, both of you look like you are not in a court of law. So just ask him questions and don't bother drawing conclusions for us. We shall draw them. You are here to ask questions to the witness and find out what you want to find out to help the House.
Thank you very much.
Counsel?
Yes, let me proceed. Mr. Ogada, it is true that you received 823,324 to travel to Dubai on a trip on 23rd of October 2020. Is that correct?
That's not correct.
Mr. Ogada, you received from the Nairobi City County Assembly 823,324 to travel to Dubai.
Just answer, is it yes or
Yes. No? Mr. Ogada, did you travel to Dubai?
Let's proceed to the other thing.
Mr. Ogada, did you travel to Dubai?
Your mic has a problem because we can't.
Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is we are engaging in a sideshow. That's a sideshow.
Just answer the question and we will go.
Yes.
Just answer the question so that we are able to make progress.
Mr. Speaker, as a Vice Chair of Budget Committee and the members of Budget Committee, we were given a trip to travel for a study to Dubai. And because of the engagement, I did a letter to the Chief Officer Finance asking him that I will be attending the next meeting because I was totally engaged on the case in front of us. So I did not manage to travel, but we agreed that I will be traveling for the next training.
Mr. Ogada, those are public funds that you received for a specific trip. You've accused His Excellency the Governor, while standing there, that he misused public funds. He pocketed, allegedly, public funds. And allegedly he's facing criminal offenses for public funds. You yourself, have you returned a penny of that money for not traveling? I think, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have all these whispers going on there with Mr. Njiro. I'll beg your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Order.
Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat this again. This is a very important procedure or process in the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. The question is, should a witness be assisted by the attorney? I mean, every question, the witness is seeking clarification on how to answer the question from the lawyer. Should that proceed really as that?
But that the attorney is there to assist.
No.
Yes, Senator Langat.
I tend to think that to allow us to move on, I tend to think that some questions require only yes or no, and it's so simple that does not require any consultation from somebody. And this is something that, did you go? It is yes or no, because you could not ask, did I go? So it's so simple.
Witness, I have directed that you answer the questions that you are asked. Give any answer, leave the conclusions to the court. The senators will get, this is on Hansard. We will look at what you responded to, and that will assist us in arriving at a conclusion. So just answer what you can answer, what you cannot answer, say you're not able to answer, so that it's also on record.
Much obliged.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg.
But again, Mr.
During cross-examination, my learned friend, Mr. Njiro, should stay put. He will assist his counsel, his witness, in re-exam, if any. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've only asked 4 questions in a space of 22 minutes. Yes, Mr. Ogada, have you returned a penny of that money?
Senator Mogeni, what's your...
Mr. Speaker, you know, we are doing...
You are off the record.
Am I off? Yeah.
You are, okay.
Mr. Speaker, as Senator Orengo rightly put it when we began these proceedings, these are time-bound proceedings. And looking at the demeanor of the witness, if it takes 5 minutes to answer one question, which requires yes or no, we may never come to an end to these proceedings. I urge you, Mr. Speaker, to remind the witness that we don't have the luxury of time. When he's asked, if you ask me whether I've refunded money, I'll tell you yes or no. Then we'll draw conclusions ourselves. But you should not take 5 minutes to answer a very simple question. It's not fair.
But Mr. Speaker,
proceed, let's proceed. Let's minimize the interventions.
Only one guidance, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
That Mr. Kinyanjui does not appear to approbate the witness, so that the witness can stick to the relevancy of the question before the assembly.
The relevancy will come in submissions, Mr. Speaker. I think Mr. Njiri is interrupting me endlessly, and I stand guided. Have you returned a penny of the money that you took from the county assembly?
No.
Mr. Ogada, you have therefore unlawfully appropriated 823,000 from the city county assembly. That's correct?
No.
Mr. Ogada, it is true that you have been summoned by the DCI to answer on these issues.
No.
Mr. Ogada, are you aware that the alleged motion which you based your impeachment proceedings upon was not a live motion because it was an earlier motion by Honorable Peter Imwatok dated the 20th of February 2020 to impeach the governor?
These are totally different motions. It is not the same one.
You look at the date of your motion. What is it dated?
The motion was on 3rd of December.
The motion is dated 25th of November 2020. Mr. Ogada, that's correct? That's correct.
That's notice. That's notice of motion.
The notice of motion.
The motion was done on 3rd.
Yes. Yeah. Did that notice of motion have any other document accompanying it when you lodged it?
Yes, we had the signatures of the members.
The signatures of the members?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of that before this Honorable Senate?
Yeah.
Yes, Senator Mogeni.
Maybe I should assist counsel for the governor so that we don't waste a lot of time. All those documents are in this file, including the signatures and the dates.
Yes, I wanted the witness.
This particular file.
Yes, I wanted the witness to affirm that because that came from the speaker. And from him, I wanted him to pinpoint to us his own document. The Speaker of the Nairobi City County Assembly. Mr. Speaker, sir, there are two sets of signatures required in an impeachment motion. That's why I'm asking. The first set is for the 1/3. The second set is for the 2/3 majority. Mr. Okumu, do you have your impeachment motion accompanied by any other document other than itself?
Mr. Speaker, sir, the procedure for a notice of a motion is 1/3 of the members, which we duly did and forwarded to the Speaker. We met the threshold. The rest is for the Assembly.
Yes, Mr. Okumu, are you familiar with Standing Order number 67, sub 5, 67.5 of the Nairobi City County Assembly Standing Orders? which requires signatures in support of a motion for removal of governor by impeachment to be provided?
Yes, I am aware.
Yes. Do you have that having an open space against each name for the purpose of appending the signature? Do you have that?
Mr. Speaker, mine was to forward a notice of motion. The rest is basically the work of the Speaker of the County Assembly. He looked at it, we met the threshold, the requirements as per the standing orders were met. And that is why we prosecuted our motion in the Assembly.
Now, did you furnish with the governor your evidence?
Mr. Speaker, to the best of my knowledge, the governor was furnished with all the necessary documents he required at that time.
Are you familiar with Standing Order number 72-2 of the County Assembly Standing Orders? Read it. Please save the time.
The person being removed from office shall be availed with the report of the select committee together with any other evidence adduced and such note or papers presented to the committee at least 3 days before the debate on the motion.
Did you have a select committee on your motion of impeachment dated on 25th of November 2020?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I have just answered and said, as of the requirement, I met the requirements. All the other procedural issues were done.
Do you have a special committee report? Do you?
Mr. Speaker, all the documents from the County Assembly were forwarded to them, and others were forwarded to the Senate.
Therefore, it is your supposition that what Mr. Speaker, sir, has is a sum of the documents in totality for the impeachment motion from the Nairobi City County Assembly. Is that correct?
Having met the requirements and the procedures?
Please answer yes or no. The totality of the documents which were submitted by the Speaker of the Nairobi City County Assembly are all that there is concerning your motion.
Because that...
No. Yes or no, please. Honorable
Mr.
Senator
Speaker,
Mogeni has asked you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Mr. Speaker,
I'm just only reiterating what an honorable member has said.
Let's not talk at the same time. So that I may be
Mr.
able to
Speaker,
follow.
if he allows me to answer, then that's good. What I'm saying is that the work of a motion mover, once I've met the requirements, the threshold, and we've done it in the Assembly, the issues of communicating with the Senate is basically the work of the Speaker. So whichever documents they forwarded, those are the correct documents.
Mr. Okumu, so you have no proof that the documents you allege were served on the Speaker in compliance with Standing Order number 72-2 of Nairobi City County Assembly Standing Orders?
I don't have to have a proof because...
Listen, please answer yes or no, kindly.
Both the Senate...
Do you have any proof?
Both the Senate and the County Assembly knows the requirements.
Mr. Okumu, do you have proof?
That's actually the work of the Speaker and the clerk.
Counsel,
thank you.
Allow him to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's basically the work of the clerk of the County Assembly, the Speaker, the clerk of the Senate, and the Speaker of the Senate. That's actually not my work.
Mr. Okumu, you are reference all these documents. By example, look at your ground 1, volume 1 file, thick blue file. Did you furnish this bundle on the governor?
Which page are you referring to?
No. Please give him and sit down, kindly. Did you furnish the governor with your volume 1 bundle file?
Yes, we did, and that is why you...
Excuse me.
We did.
No, not for these proceedings. We are still at the County Assembly proceedings.
Mr. Speaker...
Listen to my question. so that we save time. Did you furnish the governor with this bundle?
Mr. Speaker, we gave the governor all the necessary documents.
Do you recall when you gave him?
That is in the records of the County Assembly.
So you have no proof that you gave him?
Was given.
Now, as at the time you are making your impeachment motion, this was supposed to have been accompanying your own file. Is that correct? Your motion? These documents in volume 1.
Mr. Speaker, and that is why I talked about them, because they were there.
They were there.
Yes.
Now you recall that your motion is dated the 25th of November 2020.
Yes.
Mr. Ogada, look at page 465. Page 464, volume 1, and 465. Mr. Ogada, it is perjury, it is wrong, and it is against God's will and dictates and commands to lie. Look at page 465, page 464, and page 465. Volume 1. Therein is a copy of a court order in petition E371 of 2020. Would you confirm that it is dated the 30th of November 2020? Mr. Ogada, would you confirm at page 464 and page 465, 404 and 405. I apologize, Mr. Speaker, sir. Page 404, page 404 and page 405 of volume 1, the blue document. You do confirm that that is an order issued by the High Court in petition E371 of 2020. It is dated the 30th of November 2020. Would you confirm that?
Yes, I can see.
And so it is a lie when you allege that on the 25th of November 2020, you lodged these documents and furnished the governor with them. Mr. Okumu, please answer the question as per the speaker, Mr. Speaker's direction so that we move forward.
Yes, I can confirm we gave the governor all the documents that he
I
required.
am referring to page 404 and
Order,
405.
Senator
Yes.
Wako, what is your intervention?
Thank you very much. I think we should all remember that this is not a court of law. Although it's a quasi-judicial proceedings, it is not a court of law. That's number one. And therefore, we should confine ourselves to the issues at hand. That's number two. The line of questioning that I'm now hearing, you should first of all establish whether this witness under the standing orders of the County Assembly, what he is asking, is it a responsibility of this witness or is it a responsibility of the clerk or the speaker of the County Assembly? And it's also to be questioned whether that document was there, whether it's not there, and so on. It is not, to my understanding, a leader of minority. It is normally you leave it to the speaker and the clerk to forward the documents to up here. And when they come here, you can really grill them on that one.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
The fourth one, in order to save time, is that some of the issues, whether a document is there or not, the documents speak for themselves, and is something that can be mentioned in submissions. I'm just saying this because of the time factor. You know, I know my learned friend. He can question you for 2-3 days. And so if you can just limit to the issues at hand and realize that this is a quasi-judicial proceedings and not a proceedings in a strict, in a court of law. These are not criminal proceedings, if I may say so, and these are not civil proceedings. It's quasi-judicial, which more or less says, without undue regard to technicalities, focus on the issues at hand.
Yes, it's true. Senator Chararge, what's a brief one so that we have less than 1 hour for
A brief one, Speaker. I think my learned senior, the AG Emeritus, should have followed the thought of questioning. Because if I had correct, the counsel for the governor was questioning just before at the level of county assembly. He was not questioning at the tail end where it is here. So I think it is important we also follow so that we don't get misled. Thank you, Speaker.
Senator Haraki.
Mr. Speaker, we need your guidance. This being a non-judicial process, perhaps what you need to remind honorable members as jurors, what we need to remind ourselves as senators, and perhaps from your chair, is that the kind of interruption and the kind of vested interest would have disqualified us to be even anywhere near as jurors. So perhaps maybe what we need to do, and because we're being watched, is for us to show impartiality as we listen, so that then our vested interests don't seem to come to the fore as it is doing now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I think we need to. You are off record. Order, you are off record. You are off record. You don't have the mic. Order, take your seat. Honorable Senators, I did mention, order, members. I have not even said anything. I want to say something you are saying I cannot allow. What do you know? How do you know what I'm going to say? So I was saying, like I did indicate in the morning, we are a jury and we must try as much as possible to do a lot of listening, and then we will have our opinion when we meet and look at the evidence that we would have gotten from the listening. So let us try to minimize the interjections, and like we said, we are time-bound. Proceed, Council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Why don't we allow the... Okay, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, we are here to listen, and that's why we want the questions to be asked so that we can follow. Somebody should not assume any role. We are here to listen. Mr. Speaker, you learn a lot by listening. That's why I'm here, keenly listening. So any question that they can ask, we are here to listen, and that's why we set this day to listen so that we can be clear in what is being discussed, Mr. Speaker. We will make decision after listening, but somebody cannot insinuate about any sinister motive, about anything that somebody asks. We are here to listen.
Let us listen.
Even watching videos, we can still watch videos.
Okay, let us listen. Council, proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. But just in a second, with tremendous respect to my very senior, able legal senior, Honorable Senator Wako, the basis and the contextual order in which I was asking that question is because Mr. Speaker, sir, made a ruling pursuant to your Rule 29. I had made a request for invocation of Rule 19 for the rejection of these documents. The thrust, therefore, of my cross-examination is to demonstrate, using their own evidence by the County Assembly, it was not feasible to have a document dated 30th of November on the 25th of November to proceed with the impeachment. And therefore, I have supported that, and that was the basis and the context. In other words, the subsuming of my PO into the main hearing is it in deference to your ruling, Mr. Speaker, sir. Honorable members, I don't wish to vex you. I beg your patience.
Only one thing, Mr. Speaker. The evidence that Mr. Kinyanjui is seeking to lead the witness to is actually placed contextually in a PO. So, and you did give your directions in the morning that these matters shall be argued concurrently. So, when Mr. Kinyanjui coerces a witness in that manner,
coercing.
and in a manner,
with respect. I'm not
Mr.
coercing your
Kinyanjui,
witness.
I'm on my feet, Mr. Kinyanjui, if you may.
Okay.
So, Mr. Speaker, the whole aspect is a question and the context of the matter before us. And that is what the witness is addressing. Mr. Kinyanjui is not even giving time to the witness to answer, even when the witness is candidly answering the question. He's just coercing him. We seek for the protection of our witness, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Okay. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been very patient with this witness. As a record, honorable members will bear me out. Let me proceed. Now, you do confirm that you also have other documents that are subsequent to, in their dating, the 25th of November 2020, in your bundles.
Mr. Speaker, as I had said, the work of filing documents with the Senate is basically the work of the clerk of the county assembly, and they did file the documents which were necessary.
You are aware that you have orders that were actually in consequence of the proceedings in the High Court touching and implicating the NMS. Is that correct?
NMS, yes.
And those orders were issued subsequent to your motion of impeachment. Is that correct?
Mr. Speaker, since I'm not the legal officer in the county assembly, I might not know the cases which are in court. I was basically
Senator,
prosecuting.
There's an intervention from the leader of minority.
Standing up because of what I had raised earlier. You know, for the case of the county assembly, they have hardly 1 hour, and they got 2 witnesses. And Mr. Kinyanjui, the way I look at the evidence which is on record, probably he needs another 2 hours to cross-examine. So unless we, the problem is that we did not have a pre-trial process, so that the agreed documents and even for Mr. Kinyanjui, may I suggest, he may find at the tail end he has not dealt with the substantial issues and take all his time on procedural issues. So in a trial of this nature, and I wanted to propose to you that even the Evidence Act does not apply. The Evidence Act clearly states where that statute applies. Even in semi-judicial proceedings, I mean quasi-judicial proceedings, like the commissions of inquiry, you'll find most of the time they state clearly that the Evidence Act will not apply. And in the Senate, the most important rule is the rule of relevance. That is a substantial rule, the rule of relevance. So long as you're relevant, even you, Mr. Speaker, cannot stop me. But because we are time-bound, and I pity both sides, because the case before us is neither being made out nor being rebutted. Because we are just dealing with issues that do not go to substance. And Article 159 of the Constitution talks about substantial justice as opposed to technicalities. So as the Attorney General Emeritus has said, these are not judicial proceedings. In fact, I may say what we are addressing here is basically a political question. Like they say in the United States, impeachment, they address political questions. So, and that was said even in the Mwambura case. So I would urge that we use our time usefully so that there is equality of arms. And knowing that they have only 2 hours, and I guess if Mr. Ndegwa also takes the same time cross-examining the other side, by 6:30 we'll be complaining, please, let's have another day or 2 more hours. But we are time-bound. You cannot do it. We are time-bound. You must report by Friday the outcome of these proceedings.
Okay, this Senator Wetangula, 2 minutes so that we proceed.
There's a book called The Imaginary Invalid by Molière, where he says, in many situations, patients die out of complications arising out of the treatment they get, other than the ailments they have. The Speaker, I want to encourage my distinguished learned juniors at the bar that you have issues placed before this House. Attack those issues. Discount them if you can. Procedure, your preliminary objection, Mr. Kinyanjui, was a matter for submission, was not a matter for evidence. The witness has given evidence. Attack the evidence. You know the allegations that are brought here. Because you'll end up exhausting your time, like Senator Orengo says, and you have not discounted a single allegation against your client.
Senator Mbogo Chila yako, 1 minute. There are those who have spoken. Let me give those who have not.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to, and I must declare my interest. Council Kinajui and I were in the same university, same time, same class. Now, I want to suggest to him and propose to him, you don't have to insist on yes or no. Just note that there was no answer for it. It will enable us progress. So that or if the witness is slow, I mean, it could be to the disadvantage of the people presenting through that witness, so that we are able to utilize this time effectively and efficiently. Thank you.
Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, when we are considering impeachment by way of a committee, it has been established that the presentation of evidence in the 4 hours available, we've traditionally given 3 hours for the evidence in chief, 30 minutes for cross-examination, and 30 minutes for the re-examination. Mr. Speaker, I think that is a point that Senator Orengo has been attempting to canvass since morning. Since we didn't have that clarity, we must find a way of making a judicious decision that will guide us tomorrow, because tomorrow the executive is supposed to present its evidence. But to avoid this kind of situation, Mr. Speaker, you may want to consider how to deal with today, but give guidelines for tomorrow in line with the tradition that has been there in committees.
Senator Matangi.
Mr. Speaker, this is an issue that I've raised every time when this House has had to consider impeachment of any governor, Mr. Speaker. And I've raised it consistently. And even the last time, I insisted, Mr. Speaker, that this House must address itself to Standing Order 75-2, Mr. Speaker. And in addressing itself to that standing order, then we shall find the answer to what Senator Orengo has raised all the time. Mr. Speaker, that standing order provides in Section 2 that the Senate sitting in plenary, all special committee appointed under subsection 1 shall within 10 days A, investigate the matter, and B, in the case of a special committee or even the plenary then, report to the Senate on whether it finds the particulars of the allegations against the governor to have been substantiated. Mr. Speaker, the reason why I raise this matter is because consistently we have put ourselves in a straitjacket that we limit ourselves all the time to gazetting 2 days. To be, Mr. Speaker, given such bundles of documents this morning, listen being provided by this evidence, we are supposed to investigate the matter and then report, even when we are sitting as a committee of the whole House, Mr. Speaker. And so, even as the matter is raised by Senator Orengo, Mr. Speaker, if we do not address ourselves subsequently to this issue, we shall never, in my view, be able to stand up and say that we have given the matter the adequacy of time and address that it requires, Mr. Speaker. And I think we would need to address that, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Murkomen.
Mr. Speaker, before I raise the issue I wanted to raise, and I'll need your attention, I suspect Senator Wamatangi has misapplied himself on the provision of Standing Order 75 because the 10 days are cumulative. That includes exchange of
True.
documents.
Yeah,
it includes
yeah,
preparation
true,
of both
true.
sides. So 10 days is not for the hearing. It's 10 days cumulatively. So we are time bound, like Senator Orengo has ably canvassed here for the better part of these proceedings from the morning. The thing I want to suggest practically, Speaker, is for the council, and I think so that because we have only 1 hour, I think 1 hour, maybe 8 minutes, yeah, to complete this, the 4 hours. I want to say a suggestion from the council for the county government, if it's okay with you, to give you a suggestion on how you will share the remaining 1 hour, 8 minutes between his 2 witnesses. Then you can allocate for cross-examination a certain number of minutes to counsel for the governor. And the comfort, for the comfort of the counsel of the governor, they need to know that we are not in a fully court process. So all the information need not come through cross-examination. It can even come from a way of closing submissions. For as long as the information gets to these senators, nobody here is so stricto sensu following the issue of procedure. So that then we save time from, we are not a court of law where you follow whether the witness statement was verified or not. For as long as the information is submitted on both sides, it will be achieved. So, Speaker, because we have only 1 hour now, I've taken 1 hour, 7 minutes. How can they divide that time? Then we are sure that by 7:20, the 4 hours, when the 4 hours are over, they will have finished.
Because I can see the leader of majority also. That's the last one. So that we are going to what we said, that we shall end up talking ourselves.
Mr. Speaker, just practical things, Speaker. I've seen that the string of senators want clarifications and questions. There was a time allotted at the end of 30 minutes or so. Can we now assume, Mr. Speaker, that has been subsumed also because we are free to interrupt any time? We have taken a lot of time which should not. We may assume that we have actually, we can run that program concurrently so that we don't have to wait at the end.
Okay. Yes, Senator Matang, please. Okay, please, we must proceed.
I'll be very short, Mr. Speaker. I don't understand when Senator Murkomen, Mr. Speaker, says that I've misapplied myself to that standing order. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that's something very simple. I've been a member of the committees that have, 2 committees that have participated in the impeachment of a governor. If this procedure started today, or the time, Mr. Speaker, and we gave this process to a committee, the committee would have had 10 days.
No, I think you're not getting it right.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
That's not the position. Okay, Senator Olekina.
Mr. Speaker, I don't wish to differ with my leader of minority, but I just wanted to have this corrected, that although this is a political process, Article 96 mandates us to protect the interest of counties and their government. So the line of questioning should be relevant on procedures. So if there are things that are clearly being flouted, we need to be able to note them, so that when we sit down, we can actually be able to do our job properly, taking all matters into consideration. And then also, on the second issue, Mr. Speaker, on the point of order raised by Senator Matangi, it is quite clear. It says investigate. What time are we here to investigate? This information have got to be substantiated so that when we are making a decision, it helps us. Because, Mr. Speaker, there's no point of sitting here and rushing everything.
Let me
finalize, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to finalize. There's no point of us rushing everything as if our minds have already been determined. It is proper for us to be able to do our job as we've been sent here by people in the counties.
Order, Senator. If you want to, you are talking, just order. You are talking and annoying yourself for nothing. If you are annoying yourself for nothing, the standing orders are very clear. If you want to change, we may appreciate that the time given to handle this kind of matter is not enough. So to address that, you must then look at the standing orders and maybe change the timings. By the way, the time is, we are time bound. Senator Mogeni, so that then they proceed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I want to make reference to the 5th schedule. Under Rule 22, time for senators to ask questions is limited to 2 minutes. But if you go to Rule 21, there is no capping of time for cross-examination. So, Mr. Speaker, there is a lacuna there and we need your intervention. My proposal, Mr. Speaker, is that you invoke Rule 29 and limit time for cross-examination. Because Rule 29, Mr. Speaker, says that where no provision has been made in the standing orders or in these rules, the Speaker of the Senate shall rule on the question or the matter, and the ruling of the Speaker shall be final. Mr. Speaker, unless you manage these proceedings, we will not be able to do it within the time permitted by our Constitution. So I urge you, Mr. Speaker, the way we are managing time for presentation of evidence, you also cap time for cross-examination so that we are able to do these proceedings within the constitutionally permitted time. Thank you.
Council, you have to wind up in the next maybe 10 minutes so that we get the other witnesses, or less.
That I have not had to cover on account of his intransigence, failure to answer, diversion, intervention of his counsel, it will be, with tremendous respect, unfair to the governor. He needs to demonstrate that this process is driven by something other than the truth. And honorable members, I beg you to allow me. 10 minutes will truncate in unfairness. I beg, Mr. Speaker, because I'm not the author of that eventuality. It is the witness. And the documents contained herein rebut his own case. And I was pointing those documents when he doesn't want to refer to them. Mr. Speaker, sir, if I may, with your kind permission, have an enlargement of that time. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, sir, it will be unfair because my learned friends had issues to cover. If you will note, Mr. Speaker, kindly, this witness was taken paragraph by paragraph, almost reading his own statement.
Okay, proceed. I'll give you. Okay. Yes.
I think our law and the Constitution has been built out on experience. In the United Kingdom, impeachment became so unpopular. There was a governor of Bengal in India who was impeached in Parliament for 7 years. The two parliaments had to sat through an impeachment process for 7 years. In the United States of America, impeachment took a similar direction because they preferred the plenary, like we have now. But out of practice, they've recognized that because council wants to ask a lot of questions, they do it through committees. Although, you know, the rules require that they do it through a plenary. But out of practice, they have found out in order to do justice, they do it through committees and then report to the House. Now, when we sit as a plenary, you know, everybody's agitated, rightly so. But if each one of us has to undertake an intervention, and if every lawyer has to take the time that he wants to take, then it'll make the mockery of the rules and the County Government Act, which has, we are time bound. It reminds me of a petition of Martha Karua. You know, it was delayed in the High Court and the Court of Appeal. But the time he was appealing to the Superior Court, they said, you know, you took too long. We have no jurisdiction because you're coming here too late. So what I'm begging, Mr. Speaker, is that to do justice to both parties. We cannot just rumble, because now we are just rumbling. And the county assembly, they are going to complain that they still have 3 witnesses. Now, what about if they apply the same rule on the other side and take the same kind of time? Then these proceedings will have to go beyond, you know, Thursday, Friday. So me, I would still insist that you got to give us timelines from each party. Unfortunately, it's too late now. But probably I think the council for the governor should be given some time. I think it needs more time, considering the fact that the other councils for the county assembly took quite a bit of time. But they're going to pay for it because, you know, the other witnesses are not going to have any time because they have consumed all their time on one witness. So there's a question of case management, which these are very senior lawyers. I mean, if you appear, we have a case before the Court of Appeal now. They have given us directions that we are not going to hear you. They have told us written submission 15 pages, and we are not being even allowed to address the court. Because of case management. But if you are rambling and we are saying we are a court, I don't think we are looking like a court anymore because of the interventions we are making. And it is very difficult to refrain from showing where your interest lies. That's why I would encourage the members of the Senate. And you're going to be the judge at the end. So you cannot be a judge, a prosecutor, and the executioner. It doesn't work that way. So let the council bring their questions, the witness give their evidence, but we have the last word. Not even you, Mr. Speaker. It is us with the last word. So I hope that probably we proceed in a more orderly fashion.
So, Council, I give you 20 minutes. Huh? Try in 20 minutes. Let's see how far we go.
I think these interruptions are what is causing this.
Order.
Only one thing, Mr. Speaker. When you give the directions for Mr. Kinyanjui's time to take, kindly consider also allocating us time for re-examination, whatever time that you may allocate, Mr. Speaker, sir.
It's, you know, you took a lot of time and your witness was there. So, proceed, Council.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to congratulate your very honorable members here. Allow me just in 30 seconds to make a comment very weighty to what Honorable James Sonko, my very senior colleague. And I had made reference, an allusion to the impeachment bill, 2018. And I had taken the time to look at the Hansard, and Honorable Mutula Jr. had even made a commentary about that before your honorable members. And I had noted that had that impeachment bill, 2018, pursuant to Article 181(2), been legislated, honorable members, all these would be completely gone. Because I would have invoked Section 16, as read with Section 14 of that bill. But alas, the governor has been deprived of that instrumentality of the law. And yet, Schedule 5 gives 18 months from 2010 to pass that law. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, sir, I continue. Now, so that I can wind up. I can conclude my cross-examination. Mr. Ogada, you do acknowledge that you have documents here that are dated beyond the 25th of November, 2020, that could not have been tabled before the Assembly.
Mr. Speaker, what I said is that once we gave notice of motion, the other documents are tabled in the Assembly during the motion, and the motion was on 3rd of December. The documents he has been showing me, all of them were documents of November. So we had the documents when I was prosecuting the issue.
Mr. Okumu, you are aware that the governor is entitled to a hearing before the Assembly?
Yes, I do.
You are aware that having not been accorded a hearing, it's unfair to him?
Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that he was accorded a hearing and a link was sent to him, and he opted not to attend.
Mr.
That's to
Speaker,
the best
sir.
of my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker, sir, we had a video attached to the document affidavit of the governor, marked D, indicating that we had the governor's lawyers go to, if I could ask the ICT to play that video while I ask the next question. Now, you are aware, as we wait for that video clip to be played, that the accusations you have leveled against the governor concerning the NMS are the subject of a constitutional petition. Please answer yes or no. You heard the honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware about the constitutional interpretation that is required, but that is needed by the governor from the court.
You are not aware? Have you not annexed a single order in your documents, in the ones you're referring to?
One thing I know is
Mr. Ogada, please answer the questions. Let's
Mr.
be brief.
Speaker, yes, that's what I'm doing.
Have you annexed any
Mr.
documents
Speaker,
about the orders in the NMS case?
Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is that when the governor first went to court about the legality or trying to withdraw from the deed, there was a lifting by, I think, Justice Wasilwa, who lifted that order. So there was no order. So if he went to appeal, that is not.
Are you aware that petition E348 exists in the Constitutional Court about the NMS and its legality?
No, that one I'm not aware.
You're not aware? You have not annexed any document in connection of that?
I'm not aware about
Okay,
any case.
Look at page 402 of your volume 1. Page 402 of your volume 1. Page 402 of your volume 1. There is a copy of a court order from the Honorable Justice Mrima dated the 6th of November 2020. Would you confirm that at page 402 and 403?
What is it about?
Volume 1?
Yes, there is.
You confirm that?
Yes.
Do you confirm that an order issued in Constitution Petition number E348 of 2020? You confirm that?
Mr. Speaker.
At the top, page 402.
Mr. Speaker, what I'm raising, I'm not a party to all those things is raising. What I can confirm to this Honorable House is that I actually raised the issue of him not signing the warrants because, you know, the transferred functions. We have the transferred functions. They have to be funded whether you are in court or not in court. The staffs must be paid.
All right, okay.
Whether you are in court or not in court.
Okay.
So it was not the issue of the constitutionality. Yeah.
Let me finish. We had asked for the video clip to be played of the governor in his witness statement from Mr. Moses Okerosi. If it could be played. As we wait. Now,
Mheshimiwa umekuja kupresent.
would you confirm that that video has been in reference to an appearance before the county assembly?
No, I don't know. I can't confirm.
You cannot
because I've
confirm.
not heard any-
Now, volume 3 of the document served on you, on behalf of the governor, volume 3, at page 585 to page 572, there is a response from the governor to your allegations, to the county assembly, in precision, rebutting all the allegations Volume 3, page 535 to 572. Volume 3, the document marks D. Mark D has volume 1, volume 2, volume 3.
Yes.
It has a blue cover, page 535. Now, that response is dated the 30th of November, 2020. On behalf of the government, page 535 to page 572, volume 3. That document is signed by Ondieki Advocate,
Yes, it is there.
and thereafter you will see page 633 to page 643 images. And the person who took the images, you can see, has sworn an affidavit to confirm that he actually was there on the material date, that is the 3rd of December 2020. Volume 3, page 535 to page 572 for the statement, and the images are at page 633 to page 643, volume 3. Therefore, it is not true to allege that the governor did not make an attempt to come to the county assembly on the 3rd of December 2020.
Mr. Speaker, what I can't confirm is actually what was transpiring on that particular day, because one, the video was not audible, I couldn't hear, and the other thing is that if he attempted to appear, then he must have been having the notice, and he was invited.
Now, have you seen the affidavit of Moses Okerosi, which is along the same volume 3? Have you seen it? Have you seen also the affidavit immediately after page 643 in volume 3, affirming that indeed they were there from 2 p.m. up to almost 5 p.m. and they were denied access to the Nairobi City County Assembly? Sorry, we go to volume 3, yes, page 633 are the images of showing them being outside the assembly, being blocked.
Yeah, I can see the photos.
You can see that. Yes. Now, if you go to volume 3 and page number 450, running all the way to page 522.
Yes.
There is a report there of an expert in handwriting refuting the signatures you are adducing that they had attained the majority. Page 450 is the affidavit of Emmanuel Kenga, a forensic document examiner, who has impugned your signatures.
Mr. Speaker.
You have seen that?
Yes, Mr.
You have seen that? No, have you seen?
No, I've not seen it.
Mr. Speaker. No, look at page 450 of volume 3. Page 450 of volume 3. There is a sworn affidavit by Emmanuel Kenga, a forensic document examiner. And he has said he examined your signatures and he impugned them, some of which are a forgery. Have you seen that affidavit?
450 years, yeah, I can see.
Now you go to page 528. There is an affidavit of Moses Okerosi. Moses Okerosi swears that he took that document.
428?
528, volume 3, 528. He took that document to the county assembly on behalf of the governor and he was denied access. You seen that?
528. Yes, I can see this.
You can see that. Yes. 528. So you can see His Excellency the Governor made every effort to be there on the material date, but he was denied access. He was denied audience. Now you also allege that the governor went to New York and got some payments made on his behalf. He has sworn an affidavit. At page 616, can you see a document there? Sorry, page, not 616. Page 612. Page 614.
Mr. Speaker.
Can you see page 614?
Mr. Speaker.
Please allow me.
Mr. Speaker, for the record.
I want to conclude this.
Should you
You will have an opportunity to be re-examined. Have a look at that
Mr.
document.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, one thing I can't confirm is what the photos speak to. So I cannot confirm that it tried to come. Number two, I've not said the governor was in New York. So those are...
Okay,
things I
you
did say.
alluded to his wife and daughter being in New York.
That is not the governor, that's the daughter. I talked
The
about
daughter,
the daughter.
right? Okay, page 614, you see the document there from the Dominic? Page 614, volume 3, same volume.
614.
Yes. You see that?
Yes, 614 I can see.
You've seen that?
Yes.
Are you aware that the approval was actually from the government of the Republic of Kenya for the travel?
Mr. Speaker.
Are you aware, yes or no?
For an imposter.
No. Are you aware that that was sanctioned?
Because the letter that went to the government was that was a sub-county administrator, and yet the lady is not working with the county.
Do you have proof of that, Mr.
Yes,
Okumu?
we have documents.
Do you have proof of that?
We have documents.
You do not have anything can pinpoint. Let's look at volume 2 so that we save time.
We
volume
have documents that effect.
Volume 2, let's go to page 297. Volume 2 of the governor's response affidavit, page 297. From page 297, running all the way up to page 311. Page 297 up to page 311. Are you there?
Page what?
297.
Yes, I can see.
You can see that?
Yes.
You can see there, those are images of your colleagues, honorable members of the Nairobi City County Assembly.
I can see some people tagged here.
You can see there.
Yes.
And up to the last page, 311, there are 57 of them in number. You can confirm that?
Yeah.
And you know that those same MCAs have each of them sworn an affidavit to say that they did not vote for the motion to impeach the governor.
Mr. Speaker, one thing we need to appreciate is that voting is online. So if any members sworn such kind of an affidavit, then they were playing you.
You can see at page 200, there are single affidavits running all the way up to page 260, page 277. 277. They have sworn each of them affidavits to say that they did not vote on that day. You can see that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Those are all affidavits.
I can see, and we also have affidavits of the same people saying these are not their signatures.
Right. Now,
saying these are not their signatures.
You do not have that evidence before.
We have affidavits here.
Page 278. Page 278. This was reported to the Kwale police station as impersonation. You see, they reported that. There's OB number 55 of 3rd December 2020. You see that?
Mr. Speaker.
Do you see that? Just confirm yes or no.
Speaker,
do you see that? Evidence of reporting that.
I really don't know how to answer yes
okay,
and no.
now so that I can yield my time.
Myself.
So that I can yield my time.
Mr. Speaker, one thing that we need to appreciate is that the said members of the county assembly actually also reported to the police that they were kidnapped. They were invited to in an house in Runda, and Prados came and they were being forced to two into a Prado.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to save my time. I would like to play a video.
Let him finish what
Mr. Speaker, the same members are saying they were invited to Runda, and we have affidavits that they were going to be given 500,000 each. And with this kind of dry season, nobody could really. So when they went, the gates were locked. And the Prado started coming, and members too were being forced into a van. They were all being forced into vans because there were people who are really forcing them to enter.
Now, allow me then.
People, affidavits are there to that effect. So actually, them being in Kwale were against their wish, and that's why you can see most of them were tagged.
Mr. Okumu.
That's why they were tagged and given these numbers. Nobody could accept to carry a tag if there was no threat.
Mr. Okumu, none of this is in your statement, none of it. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to play a YouTube clip that I have requested the ICT on deepfakes. This witness played clips there on someone resembling Governor Mike Sonko without a certificate of authenticity. Deepfakes, YouTube, from YouTube, I've requested, please, so that then I can...
The certificates are there, and besides that, their feeder feeds
now,
are on
let me
9F.
Just bring, let me see. Those affidavits you're talking about.
You have the copy of the yellow document there.
Oh, that yellow. All right, okay.
You said you are playing a video clip?
Mr. Speaker, sir, these are not dated. I have seen them in volume 1. Some of them are not dated. Some of them are not even having the names. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like just to draw your very kind attention to just one single of those affidavits so that we disabuse this Honorable House, Honorable members, of the allegation that indeed there are sworn statements. There are no such legally sworn affidavits. Mr. Speaker, sir, if unfortunately the pagination is not proper. I can't see the pagination. The Honorable MCs are here, Mr. Speaker, sir, as well, so that then we can see. There is the affidavit of David Ayoy. David Ayoy. Do you have it there with you? You see it's not even dated. The pagination, page 14, page 14, page 14. Elizabeth Nyambura is here, and she has said that she never even affixed to such alleged signature. She did not. I am seeing Alvin also, Palapala. These are honorable members of the Assembly. I wanted to play that clip, and they are present. Those MCAs are honorable MCAs are here. I wanted to play a clip, Mr. Speaker, sir, to negate those video clips. I beg, Mr. Speaker, sir, for an enlargement just of some little time, because it was unfortunate. Kindly, Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable members, bear with me. Thank you. Okay. The clip that I have with the ICT, I had requested that they play the video clip from YouTube on deepfakes, the one that, the source of it. Mr. Speaker, sir, if I may get your authority?
Yeah.
Thank you. The ICT, I had sent a link to YouTube. On YouTube, deepfakes, D-E-E-P-F-A-K-E-S, fakes, deepfakes.
Checking up there is like they are not able to.
They are not able to play it? Yes, while they are checking it, let me just ask two questions. Now, Mr. Okumu, you are aware that the county government mandates public participation, and you must give 5 days between the notice and the event. Are you aware of that? The County Government Act.
I'm aware, and it was done and put in the dailies.
Do you have proof of that?
They are in the dailies.
Do you have proof of that? Do you have proof of that?
There was.
Council, maybe, whom did you give the clip? Because our records indicate that they don't have any clip from you.
It was a link that I had said. A link.
It was sent to who?
Mr. Speaker, sir, even for purpose of record, even us, we were never served with that link and that clip. That's new evidence being introduced on the bar.
I think with tremendous respect, I have referred the link. Let me get the link. I have referred to it in my volume. If he can just check.
It ought to be part of your evidence.
Yes, the video clip is part of the evidence, and this is provided by His Excellency the Governor. There is the link at page of TV 47, page 15, volume 1, paragraph 69. The link is there. Volume 1. Page 15, honorable members, page 15, volume 1, paragraph 69. The link is provided there. Volume 1, paragraph 69. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to confirm with you and honorable members that I'm not so dishonorable as to cite a link that I've not provided. I did provide. It's cited in paragraph 69, page 15 of volume 1. I also did provide the clip. So as we wait for that clip, Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to pursue that issue of public participation. You have seen the affidavit of Mr. Newton Munene, supplied as well with these documents. Mr. Newton Munene has, as the ICT officer of the Nairobi City County government, refuted and disputed there was such public participation as you suppose. Yes, I refer to his affidavit, which we had filed and supplied. Mr. Newton Munene, in paragraph 1, he says, I'm the current CC in charge of ICT department. He has sworn to it.
But for the purposes of public participation, did we have to go through CEC ICT? That was meant for the public. It was not for the CEC ICT.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I think we are having challenge with that issue. I wanted to refute the allegation that there was a majority of the Nairobi City County Assembly members who voted for the purported impeachment. The threshold set in law was not set. That was the purpose of the clip. And as I was winding up, the clip is there, the link is provided. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, sir, I find myself accosted with this handicap. And I had...
They are working on it.
They are working on it. While they are working on it, Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to yield then to my learned friend, Mr. Nyamu, so that he can...
Mr. Speaker, you had accorded them an additional 20 minutes. We do not complain. It is our time that they are eating into, Mr. Speaker. By now yielding, it is actually abusing that accommodation that we even gave them.
Actually, Council, you've gone beyond the 20 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the occasion has a reason because honorable members wanted clarity. Honorable members are so respectable, I would not want to override that desire for clarity. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am so subservient to your leadership. However, Mr. Speaker, sir, His Excellency the Governor is pressed to demonstrate in refuting the allegations against him. He has not stolen the money. That in fact the bursary funds were stolen by MCAs, and that documentation is here. And that was necessary to be provided.
That is what you should have started with, you know.
But the witness did not answer my questions. The witness was evasive, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I was never asked about bursary.
I think the clip is playing now. The clip is playing.
Members who are absent from today's sitting to access and vote on our behalf in absentia. We condemn this. Nobody has monopoly over this process. Let removal of the governor, equally the election of the governor, be a competitive process that is fair and square. We condemn this. This is an illegality. My party leader, you have been a victim before. Today Sonko will be a victim. Who knows 2022? Who again will be a victim? We condemn this. We anticipated exactly what we are doing. And we reported that the DCI the AB number, and we reported the DCI of an intention to commit a crime. This is an intention, but now they have committed a crime.
They could reduce the volume just a bit. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, sir, I just want to make with the witness just 3 observations. You can see from that video clip your honorable colleagues on the material day of the 3rd of December 2020. You confirm? If they could mute, I had asked if they can do so. If they could mute. Oh, I had requested they mute, just the muting, so that the witness can see and confirm that that was the event he spoke of at the county assembly, contemporaneous with what was happening with the other MCAs that have said.
Mr. Speaker, one thing I can confirm is I know several members who are talking there, and alongside you can see me also prosecuting that case. That was actually not during voting. So during voting, they were not talking. So that is when they were voting. When they are shouting, I'm talking. So you can see. During voting, they were not shouting. If they would have been shouting during voting, that would have been a different case. But there, you see me arguing my case as they shout. So after they finished shouting, they started voting. And that's how it happened.
You confirm that you have no evidence they voted?
There is enough evidence. We have got Hansard and everything else. We have got enough evidence.
You confirm that there is no Hansard before this honorable
We have enough
House.
evidence within this House.
Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to have 2 minutes with Mr. Nyamo to ask about the Dandora issue.
Mr. Speaker, sir, with your permission, you directed. Let us not abuse the privilege, Mr. Speaker.
They took so much time,
It is our
Mr.
time.
Speaker, sir.
They will have their time tomorrow.
Let me give Mr. Nyamu 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Then I will manage your...
Okay. Yeah. Honorable Speaker, we have split the minutes into 2 and 3. I will ask a few questions, then my colleague will conclude. Just Mr. Okada, I know you are a very hard-working officer. I'm giving you a document. I'm giving you the auditor's report 2018-2019. Please look at that report. Look at that report, Mr. Okada, 2018-2019. It's a report from the Auditor General of Kenya. Yeah, go to page 3 of the Auditor General's report.
Council.
Oh, sorry. Go to page 3. Very quickly, Mr. Okada. Can you read paragraph 2.0? Just read 2.0. What is the heading? Read loudly. Yeah? 2.0 at page 3. Page is at the bottom. Read the recommendation at page 3. Page 3.
I can only see a list of members of the county assembly here.
What I'm saying, look at page 3.
A list of county assembly members.
No,
all
page
members
3.
of the county assembly.
Page 3. Page 3. At the bottom.
Mr. Speaker, sir, maybe we might be informed of the
Pa-
document
pa-
that is
page
lying
3.
on.
What is it about?
Yes.
These are all members of county assembly.
Is this document part of what was served us? Is this what was served us?
Was it served? Was it not served?
No, look at page 3 here. Read the recommendation in paragraph 2.0 and the recommendation. Read first paragraph 2.
Just open it. Don't read. Just open it. Just open up the first page.
Read paragraph 2.
Mr. Speaker, sir, with your permission, this document has not been availed to us. It is a document being given to our client for the first time. It does not even emanate from our client. It emanates from the Auditor General's office. So it will be quite unfair for for the witness to be asked questions or to read a document. He is interacting with it for the first time. It is not in their
It's not on record?
Mr. Speaker, sir, you made a determination that you will be flexible in terms of rules of admissibility so that we move on. This is the Auditor General's report, the Auditor General of Kenya. And in the report, he has indicted the witness because he was paid 1.2 million shillings irregularly.
What they are raising is that had you submitted that document to them?
The document was submitted, yes, in some of our
Mr.
bundles.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, if I may.
So we want him, just for purpose of cross-examination, to confirm that his name is there.
Order members.
Yes.
Council, they are saying, they are challenging, they are saying that document is being produced now and they are seeing it for the first time now. Can you confirm whether that is true or not?
Give me the...
And it is a list of
Mr. Speaker, if I may, with your kind permission.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
There is
orchestrated attempt to derail this case so that time continues running. Mr. Speaker, you have given a ruling.
No, so consult in law tones, I need to concentrate on what is being said.
Mr. Speaker, you have given a ruling.
Okay.
That ruling, Mr. Speaker, I will propose, as you did wisely state, Mr. Speaker, that where the hour, for instance, is 1 hour where examination has run, examination in chief, then for purposes of cross-examination, we only have half that hour for the other party. Mr. Speaker, you're gracious enough to let the other party present their case. They are only taking us around circles and circus. The document they're intending to rely on, we don't have. He cannot confirm the same. So, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, we urge you, let us do that which is honorable. Lest this House one day will have to go around the same circus. I beg to yield and let us get directions, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, we'll check, the Secretariat will check that document, whether it was received or not before today.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, we stand guided. Let me ask him about the bursaries.
Okay, the document is not with us. They have confirmed what we have, we have. Yeah. What we don't have, we don't have. So move on. That will be noted.
Give him that document. Okay, Mr. Ogada, I want you to go to page 170 of that document. You said that the bursary go to page 167.
Mr. Speaker, again, this is what we've been saying. Mr. Speaker, the affidavit that we were served with, that is the affidavit of the governor, only ends at merely page 62. To now come, Mr. Speaker, the affidavit that we were served, I have it on my hand, my Lord, Mr. Speaker and honorable members.
They are in volume, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this is the document that was served as at yesterday when the documents were being exchanged. We are being taken around circus. My land seniors should then come out clean of what they want to prosecute. They are not prosecuting the witness, they are prosecuting the motion before this House. It is not badgering the witness, Mr. Speaker, your honorable members.
Mr. Speaker,
okay.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Council, proceed.
You gave us leave in the morning because they served us these new documents late at 6. We put in an affidavit in response. And that is the one we are saying, and it was delivered to the clerk's office, Mr. Speaker. And we are saying, we sought leave this morning.
Proceed.
Yes, we sought leave. So go to page 167. Mr. Ogada. It is written for him one, yeah. For him one. Mr. Ogada, go to page 167. Confirm that is the forger for 197 million shillings you spoke about in bursaries.
Mr. Speaker,
297.
Mr. Speaker, we are running into a serious problem here. No. When council seeks to rely on documents that have not been served, we have no such document served upon us. Neither does this Senate have the opportunity of examining this document because it's not before you, members of the Senate. It will do us a great favor if we restrict ourselves to the document served.
Your Honor,
we have no such documents, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, this document will help this Senate to appreciate the issues that have been said, which are lies.
But okay.
If that was the intention, they should have been served.
Order.
Yes.
Order. Was the document served? That's the question that we're asking.
Your Lordship, Mr. Speaker, sir, we delivered all the documents to the clerk, terms of the clerk.
But the clerk...
And we served electronically.
The clerk is confirming that the documents...
And we served electronically to every party. Because of time constraints.
What's your point of order, Senator Olekina?
I remember very clearly that you had given a directive that documents be brought to this House. So if the counsel for the governor is referring to those documents, even us would like to have those documents. Because I remember when they had made an application, you said, yes, those documents be brought. So if we can be given those documents, it can be able to clarify. And I remember even discussing it with my colleague, Senator Rengo, and saying the Speaker has just accepted for documents to be introduced in the House. So can we have those documents so that we proceed? Because you had allowed for those documents to be introduced.
Did I?
Yes.
No.
The Hansard can bear me witness, Mr. Speaker.
Which documents did I allow? Because I'm also up for sound
When
mind.
I listened to the counsel for the governor submitting, they indicated that they were served with a document at 6:30 p.m. And they requested that they be allowed to submit their responses to those submissions which they received at 6:30. That was
No, if my memory serves me right, the documents were taken to the wrong place.
Yes.
And when they were taken to the wrong place, they were brought back later out of the time. And that is when the Secretariat allowed the documents. But the documents that are being challenged, the documents that they're asking now, were they served? Were they part of even those that were delivered later after delivering in the wrong place? That's what they're asking.
They were one bundle of continuous documents.
Mr. Speaker, we are the ones who received the bundles of documents, and I believe your directions were only in respect to the documents that were served. The directions were in respect of the documents that we received, not any other introduction of new evidence. You gave a ruling, Mr. Speaker. We ask you to overrule.
Okay, Senator Cheriot.
Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, sir, you guided us. You guided us that
there is an intervention.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, to help us, this is a very simple and straightforward matter. To help us make way out of the dispute between the Assembly and the Governor, perhaps Counsel for Governor should refer to all these documents that we have presented to us are numbered. So it will make sense every time they refer the Counsel for the Assembly to a particular document that they mention, so that you also confirm that that is a set of documents we have. That will end this dispute, and we will easily understand whether there was
True. So what number is that document? Because like the Senator Kericho is saying, it will assist us.
Mr. Speaker, sir,
it will assist.
All the documents served, they are from the governor's office, are all labeled as D. The document being referred is labeled as 1. These are the documents that the clerk forwarded to us and actually had annexed it at the time of the service. This is an alien document.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm sorry, I was out. I'm sorry, I had to go to the bathroom. I'm sorry. I need to clarify that issue. If it may be recalled, even from the Hansard, immediately upon your ruling, and you ask that we proceed, I said I have a further plea. Now that these documents were served late 6:30, the Hansard will record that. Mr. Speaker, sir, you said they can be accepted. I liaised with the staff, and from the clerk's office, I showed the email that I did communicate on that account, and you said you granted me the leave, Mr. Speaker. I am surprised that my learned friend is alleging that they are strange documents. Mr. Speaker, sir, I did even put the documents to this witness that are here. For instance, the payment to the Nairobi City County Assembly that resulted in his refusal to answer. They are here. The documents further about the NMS, they are here.
And the more reason
no objection was raised. Okay. And I did refer. And I said, go to page such and such. And he went.
Order.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Sir.
Finally, Mr. Speaker.
I'll check the Hansard and get exactly what I said.
And again, Mr. Speaker, if he was referring to documents that were not served, then that evidence
Mr. Speaker, sir, when it suits them, they say this is an inquisitorial process. Now we are presenting evidence before the Honorable Senate. They are saying no, they are objecting.
Okay, Senator.
This must be rejected, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Council, proceed.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Ogada, I want you to go to page 167 of that document, please.
Mr. Speaker,
yes, what's your point of order?
I really agree with Honorable Senator Cheriot that any documents that they want to use in prosecuting their case, the county assembly or the governor, must be documents which are before us. And if they are before us, they should refer us to those particular documents Because if they are having a discussion between the two of them, and we don't have those documents, it is highly irregular. But I think the clerk should, in the future, any document you receive, it must be stamped to signify the fact that they came to us. I think part of the problem is that we didn't stamp the documents. But I would really urge that either side should not ambush the other. No side should ambush the other. If there are documents you're referring to, there must be documents that are with us, and you can then refer us to those documents. Otherwise, it's going to end up in a private, discussion between the two of you, and that is not right.
Yeah, it's true. That's true, because it's like the honorable senators don't have that document, so they can't refer.
The document is with the clerk. It is here, out here. It is here. They can give it. Yes. And we delivered it yesterday.
Okay, the documents came late. So what the advice we have is you can apply and refer to the documents tomorrow when you are presenting your case. Okay? Let's then proceed.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, to interrupt. That application is what I made immediately after and before Mr. Njiru addressed you. And you said it's okay, Mr. Speaker, that they can be brought. And I liaised with your clerk.
So the documents are not here yet with the honorable
They are
senator.
here, Mr. Speaker, sir. They are here, and I liaised with the clerk, and I was confirmed, given their family. In fact, I can check the time I sent the message.
But the senators don't
before,
have it.
Sorry, Mr.
The
Speaker.
senators don't have it. Can you then use them tomorrow when you are presenting your
That's
case?
better. That's better.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's better. So we stand down the witness. Tomorrow you give us
so that
20 minutes.
the senators can also look at the document.
Yes, yeah.
Then when
yeah.
you are presenting your case, you can refer to that document, which then the senators would have also looked at. Senator Cherargei.
I think, Speaker, the implication of that, it means you will have to stand down the witness as of now, so that when we have those copies and that information sufficiently available to us,
yes,
it will be easy now to be able to look as the counsel for the governor will be prosecuting that matter. So I think it will mean that you need to stand down the witness as of now, so that we proceed tomorrow. Thank you.
That is fair and just, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of minority.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, because we don't have time, let them cross-examine the witness to the extent they can. And at that level, the witness can be stand down only for that reason tomorrow, so that we don't open the witness again.
That is fair.
Matters.
That is fair, Your Lordship.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, just on that particular one only. Okay, let's proceed. And you have eaten into the time I gave.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll very briefly ask questions to this witness. I'll put questions to this witness in regard to procurement at Dandora, which is ground number 1J, where it is alleged that the governor has violated the public procurement law in relation to the contract at Dandora. Now, Mr. Oganda, the document that I'll ask you questions on is a document marked 9B. And kindly move to page 8 or 9. Ground 1J. Ground 1J.
Yes.
Yes, you're there? Now, Mr. Oganda. Yeah? Mr. Oganda, Mr. Dego, could you kindly get off that stand?
I'm just reading the witness.
Yes.
Assisting the witness.
Mr. Oganda. Mr. Ndego, I'm waiting for you to get out of there. You have no business standing there. Mr. Oganda, as a member of the County Assembly of Nairobi, do you know who are the accounting officers of the respective county government entities?
I know.
Who are the accounting officers of the respective county government entities and who appoints them?
We may have several, but one particular one is head of treasury.
Who appoints accounting officers of the respective departments?
The CEC Finance.
The CEC Finance. Yes. We will confirm that that is under Section 148 of the Public Finance Management Act,
Yes,
right?
That's true.
You are aware that under Section 149 of the Public Finance Management Act, they are the ones that are charged with the responsibility of procurement of goods and services, right?
Yes, that's true.
Now, in your allegation, ground number 1J, you've alleged that the county governor has violated procurement law, right?
Yes, as the CEO, he oversaw the violation.
Now, you do appreciate that the governor does not deal with procurement matters, right?
He doesn't deal with procurement matters, but I've said as the CEO is in charge and the buck stops with him.
Are you holding the governor liable vicariously?
Yes, any mess that happens to the county of Nairobi is personally.
So are you saying that if a city council askari commits a mistake out there, the governor is the one that you blame?
As a county assembly, we will watch the footsteps of the governor. If he doesn't take any action against the city askari, then we will hold him personally accountable.
Now, are there situations whereby officers of the county government have been charged with offenses relating to their acts or omissions?
That is true.
And the governor is not charged?
That is true.
Now, in the documents that you've brought, and those are the documents beginning with the page 8 or 9 of that particular document. Honorable Speaker, I'm referring to the file, the black file marked 9B, page 109, and I'll refer to that to page 109 all the way to page 111, page 809 and to 811. Now, looking at page 809, you look at that letter.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
To whom is that letter addressed?
To Scanjet Construction.
Who is the author of the letter?
Abdi Mutalib Ibrahim.
What position does he hold?
County Chief Officer.
Is that
Youth and Sports, yeah.
And that you confirm that the same is in relation to the stadium, right?
Yes.
That is the Nairobi Stadium, right?
Yes.
Is that letter copied to the governor?
Just as I have said.
Is it copied to the governor? Yes or no?
That is their administrative issues which
I'm
I cannot.
You, answer my question. Is that letter copied to the governor? Yes or no?
You see the way they work, that is an administrative
Mr. Speaker, our time is limited. That question calls for an answer in terms of yes or no.
It is copied to the county secretary.
Is it copied to the governor?
The county secretary.
Yes.
Who is the chief officer, who is generally the head of the public service within the governor's government.
I've asked you whether the governor is copied that letter. Yes or no?
It is not copied to
It
him,
is
but
not
he's
copied to the
liable.
government.
He's personally
That period.
liable for the actions of his people.
Period. Now move to page 110, 810.
Yeah.
Page 810.
8 what?
Page 810. This is your document. Yes?
Yes.
What does that particular document speak about? It speaks about Dandora, isn't it? Dandora Stadium, isn't it?
Yes, about Dandora.
Does it mention the governor anywhere?
I think I've just told you the governor
No,
is the
does
CEO
it
of the
mention
county.
the governor anywhere?
Governor is the CEO of the county. All the buck stops with the governor
Please.
as the CEO of the county.
Answer my question.
Witness, we should just answer, you know, it saves time.
Yeah, his name is not there.
The name of the governor is not there?
Yes.
Has he participated in the authorship of that document?
I can't confirm that. About the authorship, I can't confirm.
But you've not seen his involvement in that document, right?
I have not seen a letter copy to him.
That particular document is by the project architect, right? Nairobi City Council.
Yes,
right?
yes.
And you will agree with me that the construction of that stadium falls under certain departments where there's a county government accounting officer, right? And that department is youth and sports, right? Why are you perusing? Page 810 and 811. The stadium, the Dandora Stadium, is a project under a county government entity, and that is youth and sports. Did you confirm that?
That's true. That's true.
And there's an accounting officer for purposes of procurement, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Now, if there were any anomalies in relation to the procurement at Dandora,
yes,
as a member of the County Assembly of Nairobi, you have powers and authority to oversight and even call witnesses under Article 185. Is that an objection?
Mr. Speaker, while I do not want to interrupt Mr. Nyamo, my senior, kindly indicate to us how much more time he has. He seems to have expended the 5 minutes you gave them between him and his brother, Mr. Odieki. He doesn't have the luxury of time.
Okay, proceed. I will give direction on that.
Mr. Speaker, maybe it's because I'm asking questions that are pertinent to these proceedings. Yes. Now, Mr. Oganda, do you know and appreciate that you have powers and latitude under Article 185 to oversight?
Mr. Speaker,
to oversight officers of the county. Do you know that?
Mr. Speaker, that is what we have been doing, and even it is an extension of why I'm
Now,
here. We are oversighting.
Have you ever sought to summon the accounting officer for that particular department?
Several times, and that is why we have to deal with the master now.
Do you have any record in these proceedings?
Councillor Nyamo, I'll give you 5 minutes. Eh? Okay.
Yes, very well, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
I'll appreciate.
Proceed.
Yes, while Mr. Ndegwa is trying to coach you, Mr. Oganda, do you have any evidence that you've exercised the power to oversight
we have
such an officer? Do
we
you have any evidence here that now you have to go for the master?
We have overwhelming evidence of summoning the officers.
Well, do you have it here?
We have overwhelming evidence, and that is why we decided, since the
Do you
buck
have
stops
it
with the
on
boss,
record?
Since the buck stops with the boss, then as a county assembly, we had no option but to really
Do you have it
deal
on
with the
record?
boss.
Do you have it on record in these proceedings? Do you have any evidence
basically,
of
that is not a matter
Senator
before us.
Mazayo, what's your intervention?
That's not a matter before us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, normally when a lawyer is cross-examining and he asks you just say yes or no, I believe the witness should do so instead of trying being evasive from whatever angle. It doesn't save time. So could you be kind enough to guide if the lawyer has said, can you say yes or no? That is exactly what the witness should do. I don't think we need any explanations.
I think I've said that more than 50 times. So really, the witness should save us the time on that. Let's proceed.
Now, do you have any evidence of exercise of your oversight role as an MC in relation to this particular project against the accounting officer or the departmental head?
Yes, we have.
Do you have it here?
We have.
Do you have it here?
Though that was not against an
I'm asking you whether
of
or not
the
you
governor.
have it.
Because
Yes or
actually
no?
what we are prosecuting is the governor.
You don't, so do you confirm that you do not have any evidence of summoning or raising any questions in relation to these projects to any departmental head in that particular department?
Mr. Speaker, I've said we have done that. And even there is a report from the committee.
Do you have it?
There is a report.
Do you have it here?
There is a report.
Do you have it, yes or no? Do you have it in this proceedings?
Yes, we have it.
Where is it?
Look where it is there.
Appendix?
Check.
Mr. Ndegwa is guiding him and interfering with my cross-examination with utmost respect to my fellow counsel. Now,
Mr. Speaker, sir, when he asks for a document, we are the ones with the documents on this side. It is only fair that we retrieve them and hand them over to him because we've been asked whether the documents are there. And indeed, the documents are there. He cannot extract the documents from where he's standing.
Professor Kindiki, what's your intervention?
Mr. Speaker, just for purposes of you giving direction, I think the issue of, it is not counsel who is giving evidence. It is the witness. That's number one. Number two is the only assistance that counsel can give the witness is purely mechanical and logistical, nothing to do with the substance. And thirdly, where counsel who is cross-examining, and that will apply even when the roles are reversed. If the question is yes or no, it should just be answered by a yes or no, and that's it. There's the idea of hunting each other is not helpful.
Yes, Senator Haraki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the good professor of law tell us what constitutes a yes or no answer? Because perhaps it's one thing to ask, or does it mean that if the lawyer says say yes or no, it then becomes a yes and no answer? Or is it that then there are certain questions that by virtue of the way they are asked, they just don't lend themselves to yes and no?
I think what they're saying, your order, you will end up circumlocuting, and then you say yes or no. So circumlocuting and going around, circumlocution. So what they are saying is to save on time. If you know in all your statements you'll end up saying yes, just say yes, so that you save us on time. Okay, let's proceed. Our time is...
Yes, very well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Ogamba, you've seen the contracts. Have you seen the contract in relation to the Dandora Stadium project?
One, the report you are asking for from committees, we have it.
No, I'm asking about the contract.
You asked first for the document, the confirmation. We have number 812 and 813.
8 what?
812 and 813.
That is what?
9B.
That's a sectoral committee, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
That's a sectoral committee.
That's
report.
the oversight. That's what they do.
That's the oversight.
Yes.
Now, did you take any steps towards making any reference to the governor or on this or on whatever findings you made?
Mr. Speaker, our work is to.
Did you ever approach the governor on this?
So, Councillor Nyamu, unfortunately, your time is up.
Yes, we did.
Mr. Speaker, I was interjected. I only have two questions and I finish. Only 2 more questions.
Okay, 2, please.
Yes. Now, I've asked you about the contract that was issued to the contractor in relation to that Dandora project. Have you seen anywhere where the governor has signed that contract?
Which page?
There must have been a contract. Are you aware of any contract in relation to the Dandora project that the governor has signed?
Contracts are not signed by governors, but they are overseen by the governor.
Has he signed any payment voucher?
That is basically his work.
Has he signed any payment voucher that you can show?
You know he's not supposed to sign, but he's supposed to oversee.
So what you are saying is that you do not exercise any role, you do not have any role over other county officers. Do you know of your role under Article 195 of the Constitution?
That's what I've just shown you here on page 812, that we summoned the officers, we interrogated, and we realized there was misappropriation of funds, and actions were taken. The letters were implementation committee has really...
Are there any sanctions that you employed on that officer?
Which the governor does not really ensure that they go through.
May I put it to you that you are only in exercise of vendetta trying to drag the governor into an arena that is not involved, when you have the machinery and material and remedy to deal with the officers that you perceive to have committed any acts or omissions.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I have no vendetta about against anybody. I'm simply doing my work.
That's all.
Okay, honorable senators.
Mr. Speaker, sir, with your kind permission, I've been mentioned adversely by Honorable Mr. Ogada. My name is Mr. Kwanga Mboya. With your kind permission.
No. We are constrained by time.
I'm seeking leave to supply documents in response to his allegation that my law firm was paid 80 million. So that tomorrow, they cannot say that we didn't serve them.
You will get an opportunity.
The amount that was paid was legal sum, was not legal fee.
You
so
are not...
allow me to supply the document so that tomorrow they don't raise objection, because my name has been maligned that I was paid 80 million.
This is not your
Mr.
case,
Speaker,
okay?
sir, we have done summons to the witnesses that we require. If Mr. Apollo Mboya is our witness, you gave us the latitude to choose the witness that we need. We shall call him to the dock. Let him rest his peace.
No, I've been maligned and outside I'm being called.
We will cross-examine you, Mr. Mboya.
That I was paid 80 million. I've not been paid even a single coin. So I really need to produce document to the members of honorable members of the assembly, the Senate, so that tomorrow they see this was the sum which was paid client's account, which we transferred to Kiplagat and Associates. It's 80 million. Then Mr. Ogada, a very senior honorable member of the County Assembly, can purport to mention me adversely here, having been paid 80 million, when I've not even been paid my fee note to date. My fee note was assessed by the court at 3 million. I haven't been paid by the county government to date.
Okay.
I really want to produce this document so that they look at them. This is very critical because already I'm receiving messages. There's a WhatsApp group. There's even a Twitter where I'm allegations of me.
Order.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Order. You are not on trial.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Senator Wetangula.
Speaker, I would want to give unsolicited advice to the learned gentleman. You are not on trial here. Not everybody mentioned we run here with documents. You lose sight of your client's case. You are not here to defend yourself. That you are mentioned, many others will be. And not everybody mentioned we run from Koinange Street to bring documents here.
Yes, I apologize to the Speaker, but in fact...
There's another intervention from Senator Murkomen.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I think the person who is facing impeachment is Governor Sonko, not his lawyers. So, Mr. Speaker, and we will not be interested in making any report or recommendation against any lawyer, unless the amount we are discussing is related to any impropriety on the part of the governor. That can be brought out by way of gross examination to the right person who has brought it as part of evidence. But any allegations left, right, and center which do not touch on the governor could better be ignored, so that we don't start another trial within the trial itself.
I think the court has advised you well. Now I'll give 40 minutes to the counsel for the two witnesses. Please manage your witnesses within the 40 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. We will be calling our next witness. We take note that we have not been granted an opportunity to re-examine that witness, despite how crucial it is. We will be calling my learned friend, Mr. Kokebe, to take on the next witness. He'll be introducing the witness.
Good evening, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker and members of the Senate. Before I call the two witnesses that will be lining up, we have an application to make. This communication was made to the Senate. There is a witness whom we intend to call, whose testimony we had requested that it be taken in camera and off-site. Madam Speaker, the reason for that application is premised on the fact that the witness we are intending to call is not only apprehensive of his security. This is also informed by the fact that there has been, in the run-up to us coming to this very honorable house, a number of scares to the advocate and equally including the person who has just left this podium, which incidences will not want to rely to speak to impropriety on any case, but based on the incident and how they happened, we felt, and also the witness in question felt, that it will only be proper that the statement be taken in camera and off-site. But as Madam Speaker goes on to consider that fact, we will be calling now with a witness by the names Janet Mudhoni, and her testimony the testimony in chief will be led by my learned friend, Mr. Ashoya. I will be waiting to hear the Speaker's ruling on our application for the witness to appear in camera. As we wait that advice, we will be ready to produce the next witness based on your directions, Madam Speaker.
I, Janet Mudhoni Ouko, also known as Janet Mudhoni Gishuki, do solemnly swear that the evidence I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Okay.
So help me God.
Thank you. Now that we have finished the swearing, I will hold it there for a minute because there is a request that has been put before this Senate. Thank you very much. Senators, you have heard the request that has been given by the Council to the Assembly that there is a witness who is requesting for evidence to be given away from here and in camera. I know we don't have any other camera first apart from here, and because we can do the camera here, but what they are requesting for is beyond here. Is requesting for away from here because of the security of the individual. I am where I'm sitting now. I cannot give my opinion, so I'm asking for opinion from members. You have heard that request. Senator Kindiki Kithure.
Mr. Speaker, sir, sorry, Madam Speaker.
Senator, I'm asking the senators for their opinion first.
I wanted with respect, so that the honorable members can consider both sides as they weigh in on the request. Very kindly, it's my humble request. I'll take just under a minute. Now, Madam Speaker, honorable members, we are handicapped on our side not having seen any document other than the letter of request of this particular witness to be in camera. Now, even under the Witness Protection Act itself, a justification has to be made. It is not enough for a lawyer, with tremendous respect to my colleagues, to just say by mere way of a letter to you, Madam Speaker, honorable members, that there is a threat posed. Of course, even to me, there is threat of a certain nature posed. But we cannot just suppose that is not documented on the side of the governor, number one. Number two, beyond the request that this should be in camera, the justifications for that evidence in camera has not been proffered, has not been tabled, cited, or alluded to. What we're hearing is threats. Now, the net effect of that plea based on that justification orally made is that there are threats coming from His Excellency, the governor. With tremendous respect, Madam Speaker, that imputation is what is intended to achieve a negative impression on you. With respect, honorable members, I know you can conclude on your own independently, but however, the net effect and the conclusion, any reasonable person out there will be, why did the Senate go into camera? There were threats. Connect the dots. It is prejudicial to my client, to His Excellency the Governor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, honorable members.
Thank you, Senator Kindiki Kithure.
Madam Speaker, the request for the hearing of a witness off-site, which I understand to mean outside here, is not possible because the sitting of a House of Parliament is gazetted and the legal process of moving that site will take days, which we don't even have because unlike courts of law, because the court of law, where the judge is where the court sits, so long as the judge would like to move for purposes of doing something. So it's not practical, because for us to be able to sit outside where we are seated, that effort will take several days, and we don't have that time. That's number one. Number two, Madam Speaker, and lastly, the request to have or to hear a witness in camera is allowed by the law and in our standing orders, and by this it means that only senators and the parties will be accessible, or rather will access the proceedings. And I hope that is what is meant by in camera. So in camera is allowed. Off-site would be allowed, but it would not be practical because of the strict constitutional timelines that we have. It would involve gazetting a sitting outside this chamber, which is the official recognized sitting of Senate under the Constitution.
Thank you, Senator Halake. Abshiro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, whenever one is feeling threatened, no matter who else is involved, I think the person's threat should be the number one consideration, in my view. So I think the person is justified, and we don't want to be in a situation where we then, the person that asking, I don't think was perhaps thinking of the other parties, they're thinking of the threat to themselves. And if that is the case, we've allowed digital other things. Perhaps we could allow digital evidence gathering. I don't know if that is a possibility. But that said, I think it's something that needs to be considered, knowing that sometimes some of these things can be very sensitive, especially for women. What if she wants to show something that really looks at certain privacies that needs to be given to her or him?
Thank you, Senator Murkomen Onesmus Kipchumba.
Madam Speaker, while I sympathize with an application for such a procedure to be heard on camera, especially if it's a criminal proceedings, I am finding myself in a very difficult situation in such a very public process of impeachment for a possibility of this House locking out the members of public. First, I ask myself, was the witness a witness at the county assembly level? Number two, if there are criminal or threats to the life of the witness, who is my friend, the witness is my friend, Madam Speaker, or someone I recognize as a public figure. The point is that if there are those threats, the first thing is to report to the authorities, because that threat cannot be extinguished by only us going into camera. In fact, the biggest challenge is that once she gives her testimony, this House has no power to expunge it from the Hansard. So any person who was trying to pursue her would still have to refer to the Hansard, because the Hansard is a public record, it's a permanent record, and everything she says here will be captured by the Hansard. So my take would be that, Madam Speaker, weighing the public interest on this matter and the gravity of the decision we are going to make, we are being asked to nullify the election of a governor who managed 10% of the country in terms of population. Weighing it vis-a-vis the question of the personal concerns of the witness, I would live comfortably with a situation where the witness is withdrawn and refuses to make a testimony in protection of her interest, than a situation where her interest is favored beyond the one of the public in terms of an impeachment process. And I think it would be very difficult and problematic if, as a Senate, we establish a precedent where in future impeachments, which are a public process, will be carried out in camera, out of the public glare, and eventually tell the citizens of the Republic, we overturned your decision, a person you elected through universal adult suffrage, through a process of a camera. It will be very difficult, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kangata.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will raise two issues. The first issue is a procedural one. I think once an application has been made by a certain party, there ought to be a response, as it has happened. The lawyer representing the governor has done a response. And then finally, the lawyer who originally made that application should be given the final right of reply. That's an issue I'm asking you to consider procedurally. But on the substantive application, I would urge you to look at what we call the prejudice test. What will be the prejudice that we suffered either by this House or by the lawyers representing His Excellency the Governor if the application is allowed? I say that because we need to consider as to whether is it possible for Senator to provide facilities outside this House? Let's say, for instance, the microphone or the evidence is going to be recorded. If that is possible, maybe you can consider positively that application. Secondly, shall we be able to cross-examine, re-examine, ask questions, notwithstanding that witness will be away? And thirdly, we need to consider as to whether that witness is available as of now, or the application is being made that person to appear later. I say that if you are able to satisfy that set of criteria, maybe it may be important, because the key consideration is getting evidence. And as long as no prejudice will be suffered by the other party, maybe that application is meritorious. I have had my eminent professor mention something concerning a Kenya Gazette as to whether that sitting is gazetted. Yes, it's a fairly well taken point, but allow me with all due respect to say I'm not persuaded. And the reason is this, Madam Speaker. We have seen senators, for instance, contributing outside these premises, notwithstanding they are in places which are not necessarily gazetted. Some are in offices, some are in other places. So I would imagine that application which is being made by the council representing the assembly is contemplating such kind of a situation. If facilities can be rendered by this House to that witness, wherever that witness will be, maybe that application is meritorious.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Olekina Ledama.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Madam Speaker, I would have a problem with that, because this Senate will now be invited to make a determination on whether that evidence which will be provided in camera will be published. And I believe that everything that happens in this House must have a record. So I think in determining whether that witness can be cross-examined in camera, I think what we must make a determination on is that once we receive that information, are we able to keep that information within the President of Parliament, or is it open to the public? Because the threat which is being alluded to by the Council of Nairobi City Assembly can only be fully substantiated if there is a way that we can be able to protect that information so that it's not available out in public. So, Madam Speaker, I think we may need to rethink, because it's an application that has been made, and we have to make a decision whether the council, without any other witnesses, and only the senators and the clerk, can then call that witness here, put off the cameras, so that this process can actually appear to be open. If we cannot be able to make that decision, then I would advise the Nairobi City County Assembly to withdraw that witness and bring another witness, so that this process can be seen to be open and not a process where people leave and say that they are under threat. So, Madam Speaker, my view is this. It is a matter that we have to consider ourselves in this Parliament first on how to treat any in-camera witness testimonies, because I remember when we had the DPP appearing before a committee, the only thing we did was put off the cameras. and we did not make it public, but it remained as a record of this House, so that in future it can be able to be considered. So, Madam Speaker, since it is something new, and although I've heard my sister talk about the use of technology, even our own standing orders are still very clear that whichever means we use, they must be secure and they must be accountable. So we cannot just venture into new territories by allowing a witness to appear from wherever they are, because you do not know whether that witness will be coached to answer questions in a certain way. We cannot also take the staff of Parliament, because if that threat is imminent, you never know who it might take. Even the staff of Parliament might end up falling victim. So, Madam Speaker, I would beseech the Assembly to withdraw that witness and bring in someone else.
Thank you, Senator Susan Ihika Wakarura.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. I also would begin, first of all, by being very sympathetic to the dilemma that would be facing the witness. And I also say that more so as a woman. There may be issues maybe that she would perhaps feel not very comfortable coming out here to present out in the open. But on the other hand, Madam Speaker,
Senator Manga, we don't have points of interjection. If you have a point of order, yes. And what is not in order? Okay. Point of order, yes.
Madam Speaker, if I may. Madam Speaker, if I may, if I could help the House and the Chair. This is the very person who made the application, Madam Speaker. So that we save the time, if I may, Madam Speaker. No, she's not. She's not. Madam Speaker, I have been advised, as I did hear the land professor.
Counsel, can you please explain, is this the witness?
Madam Speaker, this is not the witness. However, I wanted to save the House time because the witness in question that we made an application has reconsidered the position, and we now invoke the provisions of the Witness Protection Act, and she will be able to testify. I believe this now will put that to rest so that we take the next witness and we save the time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. So we don't need to belabor, but let me allow Senator Wakarura, because she was halfway in a statement.
Yeah.
But now you know.
Yes, now I know. Now I'm well guided. Thank you very much. So, Madam Speaker, what I was actually saying was that given the very sensitive nature, one, I would have wanted us to know, because Senate level, no new evidence really is introduced. So I would have wanted to know if that evidence had been introduced at the county assembly level, and that would then have told me that the opposing counsel then would be aware if that had been done. But also because of the interest of justice, and given the very serious charges that are facing the governor, and given the very, very strict timelines that we are under, at this point in time, I would think it may appear to be a bit more impractical. But now that things have taken a different turn, maybe you will rule differently. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, members. Now, I think now that has been sorted out, because your contributions, members, were helping me go towards the same conclusion. Now, let's go back to the witness that we have on the dock. Yes, she has already taken her oath. So who is going to lead her? Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, and Honorable Senators. Kindly introduce yourself, what your name is, and what you do for a living as at now.
Madam Speaker, honorable members of the House, my name is Janet Muthoni Gishuki, also known as Janet Muthoni Ouko. I'm currently consulting, but I'm passionate about education rights advocacy, and that is what I have done for life. And I'm immediate former CEC for education, social services, sports, Nairobi City County.
During your stint at the Nairobi City County, did you only undertake duties as a CEC for education, gender, culture, and sports, or are there any other services that you render to the county?
Madam Speaker, would you kindly indicate the amount of time that we have for this process?
You have 40 minutes for all your witnesses. Thank you.
For all our witnesses, do you mean for the two witnesses?
You have the two witnesses, yes. So for the two witnesses, you have 40 minutes, and please keep the time.
Very well. Then, could we get an indication on how much time will be given to cross, so that we are clear from the very onset, Madam Speaker?
When we are talking of 40 minutes, it's 40 minutes from now. It is now 8 o'clock. Is it 8 o'clock? 8 o'clock, so 8:40, you are done from the door. For the two witnesses.
Very well. Now,
sorry, Madam Speaker, I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Council. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. That leaves us, unfortunately, sorry.
Sorry, there is a point of order from Senator Orengo.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just beginning from where I started. You said 40 minutes for the two witnesses. But I think the planning was that you give the time for the county assembly, the time they have to prosecute their case. Yeah, so the question of two witnesses is not good enough. I think they should be told the time they have to prosecute their case, whether there are 2 or 3 witnesses. Yeah, so we are revising and reviewing our position so many times. Yeah. Madam Speaker,
Yes.
one of the reasons why we conduct these proceedings in the manner we are proceeding, where all the sides have to avail their documents, is to curtail the time we spend in giving evidence and cross-examination. Otherwise, we'll just call witnesses, they speak, and we don't know what they're going to say. But this process requires that everybody has to file their statements in advance.
Yeah.
In fact, I wanted to borrow from what they do in the election petitions. Normally they say, is this your statement? Do you adopt it? And then he sits down and is cross-examined thereafter. So, Madam Speaker, I think the right way to go is to tell the county assembly that you don't have 40 minutes for 2 witnesses. Give them their time to present their case, whether it is 40 minutes or 1 hour or 2 hours. And also give the other side, what I was proposing, if you give each witness 20 minutes, then you can tell them how long they have to cross-examine.
Thank you, Senator Orengo. We normally have 4 hours for each side. What we meant to say, and let me clarify now, is that you have 40 minutes for your case to be over. 40 minutes for the 4 hours to be over. We were elastic at some point. Now, for the 40 minutes, we expect you to present your witnesses, allow your witnesses to be cross-examined, and finalize. So it is all in 40 minutes. Because that's the remaining time that you have for the 4 hours to lapse. So please, if your witnesses will take less time, the better for you, so that you can have time for cross-examination. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, much as we are guided, I'm just looking at the witness statement that was recorded by the witness that has taken the stand, and that statement is 5 pages. And I'm asking myself silently whether I'm going to properly take the witness in chief on a 5-page statement within 40 minutes, which would be inclusive of cross and re-exam.
Counsel, I hope you listen to Senator Orengo, that we have the information, we have read the information. These senators have not slept because of this case. So they know everything. What you need to do is to pick issues that you want the witness to clarify. Otherwise, the information is here. Senator Lenturi, you are requesting to speak. You are not requesting for an intervention. So, Pat, go ahead. Go ahead, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, probably to assist in saving time because of the strict nature of these proceedings, and having had the council confirm that the statements are within with us, then why don't we then suggest or propose that you adopt the statement, and then it's cross-examined, and then you re-examine. I think that will have saved 10 or so minutes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I think you have given good advice. Do whatever you can to make sure that you have got the real gist of what your witnesses are presenting. And they have read. I can assure you, these senators have read.
Fair enough. I'm directed, Madam Speaker. Yeah. Janet, you at one point was a CEC member for Education, Gender, Culture, Youth, Sports, and Social Services, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, you're right.
Pardon?
That's right.
That's right. Kindly, you will be addressing the Speaker because this needs to go unanswered. And when is it that you're employed at the county?
I joined the county, Madam Speaker, October 2017, and I exited about 2019, early January, thereabouts.
Very well. You have done a statement. Madam Speaker, I'm making reference to the statement that is contained in our file that is labeled as 9F. You did a statement, or rather an affidavit in support of the removal of governor from the office. Is it true?
That's right, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. You've as well highlighted your relationship with the various organs of the county as enumerated under paragraph 5, right?
That's right, Madam Speaker.
Because of the constraints of time, we will not go through your relationship with your fellow CCs because it's well captured in the statement, and I get the comfort from the direction from the Speaker that the senators have gone through the statement. Neither am I going to take you through the relationship with the county assembly and the relationship with the national government and the international community. But I would be very specific to what is before the Senate this evening. Now, can you, in a nutshell, describe your relationship, that is the work relationship between yourself and His Excellency Mike Mbuvi Sonko, please?
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I want to state here that first and foremost, I am not a vindictive person. I am here because Article 3 of the Constitution gives me a mandate as a citizen of this republic to defend and uphold the Constitution of Kenya and to protect it at all times, and that is why I feel it is very important for me to come here, especially for my convictions, to give breath to Chapter 6 of the Constitution of Kenya. I want to speak about the relationship with my former boss, a man I respect so much, Governor Mike Mbuvi Sonko, and I want to describe it as sporadic. And I really want to describe it that way so that this House can get to understand some of the issues that you have seen coming up. You might think that I was the CEC for education, but I want to tell you that I was never the CEC for education. I could not move this phone from this place to this place, and that is a dilemma a lot of the officials of the city county of Nairobi find themselves today. So when I was listening to questions that the governor did not sign documents on the stadium, he could not have signed, but that is what it was, that nobody in the county government of Nairobi operated out of their technical ability or technical know-how, but there were simply instructions that have never been written. I want to dare all the written instructions from the office of the governor to be produced before this house. All the instructions were on phone. I want to describe a relationship of blackmail and intimidation.
Very well, let's just go systematically. Sorry for cutting you short. Oh, Nimaribu. My apologies for that. My apologies for that. I just wanted to...
Members want you to save time.
Yes. And that is, and I was guided, very well, I was guided by, okay.
Yeah,
my apologies for that.
Thank you.
I would want you to, okay, you can proceed.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I was discussing a relationship of blackmail and intimidation.
Yeah, finish the statement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That all the actions that anybody took, and I'm offering my testimony as what I experienced, what I felt, and what I saw, and what I had as a former CEC, so that every action that was taken was forever instructed on phone. If you looked like you were not cooperating, there were so many abuses. I am sure the House has seen a cross-section of what would be told to you, accompanied with, nitakufuta kazi wewe, nitakufuta kazi kesho. Honorable members, a lot of these people that work under the county government of Nairobi have families. Nobody would put their job on the line. A lot of them are servicing loans. A lot of them have got children. So it is human instinct to first want to defend your job. So a lot of the actions and omissions that were taken by a lot of the officials you see at the county government of Nairobi, I want to say a lot of them have interacted with a lot of them. They're technically on notch, and so it can only be described as something different. And I'm here as an example, that when it was time for us to do bursaries, I am supposed to advise His Excellency the Governor on how best to, for example, implement a bursary program. So you sit down and you advise, you do a very good note that you want to give to every public primary school, to the top 3, but try and report that to His Excellency the Governor. He will tell you no.
Madam
Wait
Speaker,
until you are elected. The Governor is when you will make your own decisions.
Madam Speaker.
Our members wanted her to finish that statement, then you can intervene. I'll give you a chance to intervene. Yeah.
I am giving this testament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah.
I am noting that the House is constrained for time, so I'm really trying to give as much as I can so that we help each other here. Madam Speaker, I'm here today because there are so many other members of the County Assembly, probably staff members, that maybe cannot stand here and say this which I am saying today, and who are interested in seeing value.
Madam Speaker, myself.
Madam Speaker.
Please take your seat. Please take your seat, because
it's an objection, Madam Speaker.
She's giving her evidence. We'll allow you.
She's expanding her evidence beyond the affidavit, Madam Speaker. She is expanding her evidence beyond, and she's becoming a politician and an orator before this honorable House. She ought to confine herself to the affidavit for us to appreciate.
Is it a problem being an orator?
Don't address me, address the Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
It's no problem.
Let him address the Speaker, let him not address me.
Madam Speaker, if you may...
Council, if you may, I want the councils to allow, she has only the last 1 minute to give. Let her finish her summary. That is her submission. We agreed earlier today that whatever evidence you have, how you articulate is personal to you. So can you allow her to articulate the last line? Senator Gerard Gay, what's your point of order?
Madam Speaker, I think earlier on you will rule from your seat that any witness that appears before us must constrain himself or herself within what has been provided before us. We are not interested in gerrymandering or any other issues outside the ambit that have been provided. So I think that ruling has been made. The President is in your seat, you are directed that anything that comes out before this must be. And Madam Speaker, you need to protect me from this gender activist. But Madam Speaker, what I'm just saying is that you had ruled. There is a precedent that you must constrain yourself within what you are provided for, either in evidence or in affidavit. Don't go outside that ambit because you are involving us in a rat race. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, could I?
Senator Gerald K., you only missed to tell us the specific things yes, Chairman, there too. But I will allow Senator Mbaye. Senator Mbaye, who is using his card? Yeah, Senator Kinywa.
Asante, Bi Speaker. Kwanza kabisa mimi nimesoma ushahidi wote ambayo tulipewa, lakini mambo ambayo nasikia sasa, Bi Speaker, ni hekaya ambazo tunapewa na historia. Tungependa tufuatilie, Bi Speaker, yale ushahidi ambao tumepewa ni ushahidi ambao tunafuatilia hapa na tumeusoma usiku kucha. Alafu zile ambazo nasikia sasa, Bi Speaker, ni hekaya, Bi Speaker. Tufuatilie ushahidi ulioko hapa.
Okay, thank you, Senator Halake Abshiro.
In order to say that to be protected from the gender activist, what does then gender activism have to do with this? And I don't see one thing that was out of the affidavit, because what she's referring to was actually what was on television. So gender activism, we have a right to be gender activists.
Thank you, Senator Orengo.
Things that I was taught is, and what a lot of friend Mr. Nyamu, and I really respect Mr. Nyamu. If there's any lawyer that we have in the House today who has got a lot of experience, is that lawyer called Mr. Nyamu. In fact, in matters of petitions relating to impeachment, I think he has contributed to the development of the law. Two impeachments, and he has argued these cases to the Supreme Court. Now, what I was saying, what is worrying counsels for the governor? Because my starting point, if I was examining this witness, is to show her the statement and say, what you are saying is not in the statement, is an afterthought. Mm-hmm. These are all material for cross-examination. Yeah, but the moment you stand up and down, the story is lost, and even your case is lost. But if you want to create an impression to us, that statement, that's what I'm saying. If she's relying on that statement, that is where you begin. Janet, you know, somebody was calling her Janet. I have your statement. Did you include that evidence that you're saying now in your statement? Why did you include it? Is it an afterthought? You know, then we build up a case on character, on integrity of the witness. But I think the way we are jumping up and down, that 20 minutes will not work.
Thank you.
It will not work.
Thank you. Counsel, I had told you that I wanted her to finish that part of the statement so that I give you a chance. It's only better, and you'll be heard better, if you actually get a chance to dispute that they are not in the statement. But Senator Masitsa Naomi, and I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was going to speak what the council has said, that we are not here to waste time. We are here to manage time. And I think what we are listening here, we need even to hear more. The exact what we have here in the books, not stories. So we want to have executive summaries that we can make investigation more reliable than just stories. So if we can confine ourselves to where we want to go and get evidence that will help us summarize this case, then it will be good for us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Matsai Stewart. Although you are on points of order, you are speaking a wrong place.
Nilikuwa nimesimama hapo awali nikitaka kusema ya kwamba ushahidi ambao yule mtu wa mshahidi mwenyewe ajiangalie katika yale aliyoandika pale, ndio anaweza kutuambia. Na wakili kidogo amepitwa, kwa sababu akijaribu kuuliza atashindwa wakati ule wa kuuliza maswali. Kwa hiyo ingekuwa vizuri angojee mshahidi atoe ushahidi wake. Akimaliza yeye atapata nafasi nzuri sana ya kumweleza ya kwamba umefanya makosa hapa na pale, alafu hiyo ndio itakuwa sababu nzuri ya yeye kumsaidia mteja wake. Asante bwana Speaker.
Finally, Senator Wetangula. Yeah, that is senior justice.
Some of our colleagues are becoming hyper because this witness has a statement, and if you have read her statement, what she has been saying is actually in her statement. So why don't we leave the lawyers to do their work? And I want to encourage you, my distinguished learned colleagues, you'll do so well in cross-examination than shooting up to interrupt a witness, because sometimes it also creates prejudice against you among the jurors. Just listen to the witness. To me, Madam Speaker, I've read that statement over and over. What she started saying is not outside the statement, and we had asked her to paraphrase what is in her statement.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable witness, please guard your territory. We are saying you express yourself because people express differently, but don't bring in new things. I hope you are only going to take the last 1 minute because there is a need to reduce time.
Honorable Senator, Honorable Speaker, we were unfairly interrupted. I pray that if we can be given 3 minutes, please.
Let us continue, we'll see.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I know the members of the House have the statement, and I'll just summarize by saying the reason as to why I stand here today. It's just to defend Chapter 6 of the Constitution. I feel sad that all the employees of Nairobi City County have not given Nairobi County the value that they needed, because all of them did not exercise their technical value, because the governor of Nairobi is the one who has been controlling everything. And a lot of things have been said. If you read my statement, for example, you will see the questions that are coming up about Dandora. You cannot and you have no ability to make one decision. And I will be challenged here, and I will answer. And therefore, it is really, I feel the lost time. I feel the lost time for the value, for the right decisions that were supposed to be made that were not made, just because a lot of colleagues that are supposed to make that decision are blackmailed into submission. A lot of them are harassed. We had people in the county assembly that have actually been beaten, bodily harm, in our presence at the county. We have statements like, what do you make of your boss that calls you at 2 a.m. in the night? What is that apart from harassment? And they want you to answer questions. You don't know whether they are in their right frame of mind. They're surrounded by people. People are laughing at you. He's hurling all manner of insults at you. You're not able to do your duties. You can be frightened. And so that is what I wanted to present to this honorable House, so that the questions that are coming up as, have you seen the governor's signature on that? It is not going to be there. But ladies and gentlemen, that is the situation. That is how the Nairobi City County workers work. And by the time I was working, I only had 1 year contract. 1 year contract. That was subject to blackmail. Wewe sita renew contract yako. Wewe sita renew contract yako. So literally people operating in that kind of an environment. And I began by saying, a lot of them are men that are heads of their households. They have children. They have loans. It is only natural instinct to protect where you get your bread, because that is most important than probably making a lot of other decisions that contradicting your boss, and then you get yourself into problems.
Thank you.
Honorable members, Madam Chair, thank you so much.
Before you close, Madam Speaker, with your permission, I just want to ask her 2 questions that are related to her statement, if you may allow. Okay. Just 2 questions. Madam Janet, I want you to make reference to 2 paragraphs. One is paragraph number 14, where you say that the governor was always paranoid. And then you've given an example of when you were summoned to the Senate. Can you tell us, just tell the Senate what happened?
Madam Speaker, the governor of the county of Nairobi was summoned to Senate, and among myself and other colleagues accompanied him. And the Honorable Moses Kajwang, who is a comrade, we were with him in the university, made a comment, a very general comment, that, Your Excellency, why do you seem like you're making a lot of errors, yet you have people here, like Madam Ouko, I know her. That was supposed to be a compliment, but it caused me problems the whole of the time I served. Wewe ndio unapeleka maneno Senate. Wewe ndio it just, you don't know what else to do. I did not order Moses Kajwang to compliment me, but it just messed my life totally and completely. I wish he could have withdrawn that statement, because now it seemed like I had a private arrangement that I could call him, so that that is how we worked.
Thank you so much. Turn to paragraph number 16. At the very tail end, the last two paragraphs, the line starting, he would later display his disrespectful nature when he described me on national television as a female pig that is horny. Kindly give us that information.
Madam Speaker, this is why those are one of the things that His Excellency the Governor sometimes could call you up and just tell you, but that was very unfortunate because it was on national television. He described me as a horny female pig. It is not proper. It is harassment on gender, and I'm just describing for you the conditions of work for myself and other women, that a lot of comments have been made about them, yet they have families. Wewe toka hapa, wewe nimelala hata na wewe. Wewe toka. It is not right. And those are some of the things that it's sad to say them in public, but this is our linen. This is our linen. We have to wash it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Madam Speaker. Lastly, do you wish to produce this affidavit in support of the motion for the removal of governor from office?
That is right, Madam Speaker.
That shall be all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. May I now invite the counsel to the governor to cross-examine the witness? We are going to give you, can we give you 5 minutes? And please go precisely.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, honorable members.
Because we only have 15 minutes, so if you can do
That's
5,
okay.
it will be
I will
great.
try. I'll try to constrain myself. Thank you very much. Madam Janet, when did you swear this affidavit which you have asked this honorable Senate to consider?
I'm believing I'm making this submission on
please,
right here.
this is the exact issue. Honorable members, we are not getting a direct answer. I've asked her a direct question. When did she swear it? It's direct. When did you swear this deposition, Janet?
Just let me refer to the date here.
Please confirm it is the 14th of December 2020.
Yeah, you're right.
Please confirm that the impeachment resolution was done, to your knowledge, if you do know, on the 3rd of December 2020.
That's right.
Please do confirm that this deposition was not available to the governor earlier than at least when you swore it on the 14th of December 2020.
I was probably not the one, so I'm not able to really comment on the exact time that he was served, and
Very well.
probably counsel will do that.
Thank you, but you do confirm that at least on the 3rd of December 2020, you had not sworn it.
I did that already confirm.
Thank you. Janet, did you use to communicate with His Excellency the Governor via your WhatsApp messages?
When, what span are you talking about? When I served?
I'm cross-examining you. Did you ever?
Yes, I did.
You did. Do you have any evidence of any threat to you posted to your WhatsApp messenger?
Any what?
Do you have any threat posted to your WhatsApp messenger by the governor?
I don't have.
Do you have any incident you can name in your deposition, one single incident on a date, a time, the year that the governor threatened you?
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, if you may, council needs to restrict himself to the materials before us.
This is what we are facing. This is
Mr.
what has
Kinyanjui.
been lamented about. Mr. Njiru sees that he should interrupt.
Mr. Kinyanjui, I was on my feet and
I was on my feet before you.
Seniority
Sorry, Madam Speaker. I apologize.
that you honor.
I apologize.
Councils, let's get the clarifications done. Please don't exchange between yourselves. You must talk to the speaker.
Yes, I am aware of a threat, and that threat is when I served. a threat to sack me in the middle of the night. I have not kept the dates, but that was a threat.
Please answer my question. Do you have in your entire affidavit a named date, a named time, or the year? Because you said in your affidavit paragraph 3 that is when you are employed.
No.
Do you confirm that in paragraph 3 that is designating your appointment? That's what you've deposed.
Yes.
Janet, I'm trying to avoid looking at you because I don't want to be accused of threatening you. I'm looking steadily at Madam Speaker. Janet, you do acknowledge that the appointment power is different from that one of an employee by hiring.
I do.
You confirm that His Excellency the Governor has a power to dismiss you.
I also have rights.
Hold on. My question, let's confine ourselves to save the time. My time is constricted. Janet, you do confirm that on all the occasions you have mentioned that His Excellency allegedly demeaned you, attacked you, you have not named.
I have not?
Named. I mean, this allegation was made when I was at Dandora or in Nairobi. You confirm?
I've really rushed through my statement.
No, you've been general.
I want you to give me time. I can locate it here. I can locate the statement that you want here.
Let me take you to save time, paragraph 16, for instance.
Okay.
Paragraph 16, you say, I had a problem with the disrespectful nature with which the governor would address me. You haven't named the occasion, you haven't named the event, you haven't named the place, you haven't named the time or even the date.
From time to time.
Hold on. Even from that time to time is so generalized. And that bordered on molestation. I ask, have you mentioned the nature of the molestation?
Yes.
You haven't. You haven't there, in that paragraph. An urge to humiliate and blackmail me. You confirm you have not named the nature of your blackmail there, that he blackmailed you? You confirm? You confirm?
Thank you, Council. Please guide me. Give me an example of how you describe nature of blackmail.
Blackmail is that unless you do this for me or in my favor, I would take this or that action against you. In that paragraph, you have not mentioned it.
It's here.
Okay. You haven't cited.
I will sack you. I will not renew your contract. It is
Let
here.
us look at paragraph.
Okay,
My time
is up. Yes.
Not yet. Let me ask the last question. Allow me.
Last question.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you look at your paragraph, for instance, 15.
Thank you.
Your 1 minute is even over.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. I mean, she hasn't answered. When I address her to refer.
Is there a question on the floor?
Counsel, you had your 5 minutes.
I was interrupted by her lawyer, unfortunately. Let me just say this. When you are at the CEC of Education, have you produced any documentation material before this Honorable Senate in proof of your allegations?
Yes, they have been produced.
You do confirm that in paragraph number, this is 3 or 4, you mentioned, 2, that enclosed herewith please find all supporting documents marked PMN1. You confirm there is nothing here to the affidavit? Nothing? You confirm there is nothing?
There's a lot.
No.
Not on this paper.
There is nothing.
Thank you. As we said, the senators are listening and they will be able to make up their minds out of that. Any other?
Madam Speaker, would I be given a chance to re-exam?
Now, thank you very much, witness. I think we stand you down. We want the next witness to come in.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. There were documents in which Mr. Speaker, sir, had said that we'll address in the document tomorrow. And her documents are in that document for tomorrow. If I may beg then to recall her for about 10 minutes. In furtherance of that, so that honorable members, Madam Speaker, can have...
Are you saying you have just seen the documents?
We just say, that's I said that implicitly because it was 14th of December is when the affidavit was sworn.
You know, Counsel.
Yes, Madam. I'm here.
You are going back to what you are against yourself. Because earlier on you said the documents were there when they were not there.
No. I'm saying in the affidavit is what I have seen.
You asked her whether she had documents and she told you she has them. The unfortunate thing is that you had not looked at them yourself. So it will not be really upon the Senate to make sure that you look at all your documents.
Correct.
So that I defer. I will
Well
not
ruled.
give you that ruling now.
What I meant was,
because we have a very short time and we don't want to lose the last witness. The last witness has only, how many minutes? 5 minutes.
what I meant to say, Madam Speaker, is that tomorrow is our time.
Please, I have ruled because
Yes.
it was up to you to look at your documents, but you cannot come back and
It's
say,
the
"I have
affidavit.
seen."
It's the affidavit,
You
which we had
said-
not seen.
You said you had not seen, but hold on. If there's any ruling that we'll do it later.
Much
But,
obliged.
can we get the last witness? Thank you very much, witness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You know, Madam Speaker, we shall be calling our next witness, who is just outside.
Yes, please, because you have only 5 minutes, 6 minutes in fact.
Oh, okay.
And we hope the witness can take 3, then you can use the 3 for cross-examination.
Madam Speaker, our next witness will be taken over by my learned friend, Mr. Kokebe, through the process of examination in chief. Mr. Kokebe.
Point of order from Senator Muranga. Before the swearing, I have a point of order. Please go ahead, quickly.
Yes, Madam Speaker, we only have 5 or 6 minutes before we close this session. It will be very unfair on the part of the lawyers representing His Excellency the Governor if the witness just comes, gives evidence, and they don't get adequate time to cross-examine that witness. I am seeking your direction as to whether you can add this witness a little bit, about 10 more minutes beyond 8:40, so that you give His Excellency lawyers a little bit of time to also get the opportunity to cross-examine the witness.
Thank you. Reasonable request. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary say nay? The ayes have it, so we'll have an extra 10 minutes to enable the Governor's counsel to cross-examine properly. So you have 5 minutes, witness. Thank you. Swearing in. Take place first.
I, Joyce Nogari Kenyanjui, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Madam Speaker,
Thank you. Lead.
I will only take at most 5 minutes in examination in chief, and I will also request that my learned friends take half that minute so that I will be able to re-examine the witness. That's it, Madam Speaker and honorable members of the Senate. I invite you to the file marked 9C. Madam Joyce, kindly go to page 1120 of the file marked 9C. 1120. Yes, there is the red file, honorable senators and Madam Speaker. The red file. Yes. I'll invite you to look at 1120. That is the page. that is of concern, and specifically 1122. Madam Joyce, do you confirm that this statutory declaration sworn on the 23rd of November was sworn by yourself?
Yes, I agree.
And you will want that this particular information that you're producing via this statutory declaration to be admitted as your testimony before this Honorable House?
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I will yield, and the Honorable members, I will yield to my learned friend to do the cross-examination, whereupon I'll do the re-exam.
Okay, Council.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, you say that there was a request made to Shades of Africa in paragraph 7, which is a pre-qualified travel agency by the county.
Yes.
Now, what is the issue about the $17,260 that you talk about there?
As far as I'm concerned, the 17,260 USD
Yes, go ahead.
of the First Lady and her entourage to the US for the 62nd CSW conference.
Was that visit officially approved for the First Lady?
Yes, it was.
So it had nothing to do with the governor, His Excellency? That's
Yes.
true? Yes, please answer so that I can end. Now, let me take you to page number 1133. Are you there? Is that your interest?
Yes, yes, that's my
It was your interest?
Yes.
Is there any money that you received from the Nairobi City County government that you're not entitled to?
I did not receive the money.
Is there any money that you received from the Nairobi City County government you're not entitled to? Excuse me. Mr. Njiru, please stay away from this so that we can save time. Yes?
The money was not entitled to me.
Did you receive any money on behalf of the Nairobi City County that came to your own direct possession? I haven't answered my question.
I received the money.
You received the money. Thank you.
The interest for county first lady and ward administrator to travel to USA.
Now, did you surrender that money?
Yes, I did.
You surrendered it.
Yes, I did.
But you received how much money?
I received 2.6 million.
2.6 million.
Less the 5,000. Less the 5,000.
$2.6 million.
Yes.
I mean, sorry, 2.6 million.
Yes.
Now, you refunded how much?
I did not refund.
You did not refund?
I surrendered the
Yes.
interest.
You surrendered the interest.
Yes.
So was there any penny of that money that you allege attributable to His Excellency the Governor going to his pocket?
I said the money was meant for the First Lady and the ward administrator who are traveling to the US for the conference.
Was the visit approved officially?
Yes, the visit was approved.
It was officially approved.
Yes.
Now, when you come to your statement, let me take you back to your affidavit, page 1121. Is there anywhere that you attribute the execution of any of those documents to His Excellency the Governor?
No, I don't.
You do not.
Yes.
You have finally stated there in paragraph 1121, that you compiled all the documents with respect to the trip, which include the air tickets, boarding passes, as well as accommodation and so forth. You did omit from your compilation of documents the documents relating to your money which you took from the county?
I isolated all the documents.
I'm saying when you're compiling your documents, you omitted the documents that prove you took the money from the county government.
Pardon?
Yes. And the issue, my last question. And the issue.
Please come out clearly, because even me, I'm not clear what you're asking.
I said that she mentioned the trip was authorized, and the documents don't show that in the documents that she does tender. And she says that she had 2.6 million, which she took and refunded, but there were $5,000. But there is no evidence of that. That's what I'm saying. The compilation of the documents is what she says. Now,
Madam Speaker, I want to correct my statement and say that the council is misquoting me, because I have put it clearly that the 2.6 million that I took, maybe I can, if you allow me, Madam Speaker, if you go to document 1125, Madam Speaker, it is authority to incur expenditure signed by me to the county secretary, and the request, the authority to incur expenditure is Her Excellency the First Lady will be accompanied by the under to the mentioned conference in New York, United States of America, scheduled to take place from 12th to 23rd March 2018. And the people who are to accompany Her Excellency the First Lady, Ms. Janet Muthoni Gichuki of passport number B174362, who was then a county executive committee member of Education, Youth, Gender and Social Services, and one Ms. Saumu Agnes Mbuvi of passport number B168652. That authority was approved by the county secretary. After that, the procedure is it goes to the paymaster, who computes the per diems before the document goes back to the accountant for the preparation of the payment vouchers to the beneficiaries.
yes, just so that I was ending my question. All that documentation of the approvals, the vouchers and everything, you have not included.
All the documents are here. There is no document,
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker,
that I did not submit.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other?
Madam Speaker, it will be my turn to now re-examine the witness.
Yes.
Joyce, you've been referred to your testimony that is from the statutory declaration, and you've referred this Honorable House to the document at page 1125.
Yes.
That document, the person of Saumu Agnes Mbuvi, what was her designation?
I did not feel any designation when I was doing the authority to incur expenditure, because I did not have her designation, but I indicated the designation of the CECM.
Fair enough. Later on, you got an invoice, and it has been asked that you received some 2.6 million. Is it so?
Yes, I received an invoice.
Honorable Senators, the invoice in question is 1126 all the way to 1127. But then,
I don't know, sorry, Madam Speaker, to interject. This is a redoing of the case with all tremendous respect. The documents that are being referred, I didn't take her through.
Madam Speaker, my land senior knows well that he has referred to 2.6 million. The 2.6 million he's referring to is in that invoice. I am further able, and Mr. Kinyanjui, I am further laying evidence before this court that he has referred to a 2.6 million, which is in here. That, to the next point, Honorable Speaker, Honorable members of the Senate, I refer you to yet another document, that is 1133, which again was where Mr. Kinyanjui began. Honorable Senators, if we note that you're all there, Madam Joyce, kindly read what was the purpose for this money at 1133, impressed warrant. What was the purpose for that money?
Nature of duty, being impressed for County First Lady and ward administrator to travel to USA.
A ward administrator that you did not know at first. Is that so?
I was not given the designation.
Thank you. And you are also referred to an issue that you received money. Whom did you give this money? How did it leave your account?
On the morning of 19th March 2018, I was in the office, and one Christopher Mbwaga Oguso, who was then a security to the governor, called me and asked me where I was. And I told him I was in the office. Then he told me he's coming. And within a short while, because I was on the same floor with the governor, he came and found me in the office. Then he told me, twende ukatoe pesa ya First Lady. We went down to Cooperative Bank, City Hall branch. I withdrew the money and gave that money to Christopher Mbwaga Oguso.
Fair enough. My last question, Madam.
After which, it's important to say that after which, because it was an impressed warrant,
Madam Speaker, there was a question about the money and how she expended that money. She is expounding on that point in re-examination.
Yeah,
we have a right to rebut that preposition, Madam Speaker. And it is in her document, it's in evidence. It is actually at page 1134. So that's what she's referring to.
That's all right, because I think that question actually came from the council to the governor. He raised a clear exposition of that 2.6. So we are all trying to follow it. So please enable us to follow it, because the judgment is tomorrow and things should be as clear as they should be. Last question, please, because you have only 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will beg that I only take 2, but then on the last question, because this is an issue that was raised. Joyce, how was that money to be spent? How did it leave your account?
She has already answered that one, I agree.
Honorable,
she has already said that there was I heard it myself, that there's a security card who came and took the money.
Madam Speaker, it will be prejudicial to my clients that Honorable Speaker kindly protect me from my land friends. Honorable Speaker and members of the Parliament, of this Honorable House, the question was asked. I'm only but referring to it.
Which
and the question that I'm putting to the witness is as simple as what it is. How was the money to be expended? Based on the evidence that is there. And Honorable Speaker, I'll invite you to look at 1143.
Okay, can you do that? Because I
want
to
go to page 1143, Joyce.
Council, you know what we are looking for? I'm looking for the shortest time for members to ask clarifications. So the clearer you are, the better. Because
Thank you.
I will only have 10 minutes for members after you have finished.
Thank you.
Yes. Can you answer that question precisely? And that's the last.
Before I go to 1143, I want to start from 1126, which I have the invoice, which I received the invoice from Premier Plan Agency, and it is HE County First Lady, Nairobi County, Ms. Primrose Mwerumbuvi, Nairobi County First Lady, attendance to CSW Conference, New York, 14 days, international private airport transfer, chauffeur driven, accommodation in New York for 9 days, conference side events, stroke meetings, local transport cost, setup and side meetings, hall space booking, local tourist sites and museum cost, miscellaneous.
By the way, we have
Thank you.
those, we have those
Yes,
details.
then the other one, of course, was for,
Those are details that we have.
Yes.
So let's not repeat because we said members have already read your statements.
okay, Madam.
Thank you, and I'm glad that the House has taken note of that.
Thank you.
I'll be yielding, Madam Speaker and honorable members.
Thank you very much. Honorable Senators, we had promised that you would allow you a few minutes in case you have questions for clarifications to all the from all the witnesses of the county assembly. Imetosha sisi. This addiction of Kiswahili this Kiswahili dictionary is landing even on this chair. So, honorable members, if we are all satisfied and we are waiting, then we are all satisfied, isn't it? Yes. Okay, thank you very much, Senators.
Thank you.
Honorable Senators, it is now time to interrupt the business of the Senate. The House therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 17th December 2020 at 9 a.m.